The Jackson Public Schools regular Board of Education meeting to order. Thank you for everyone attending tonight. If you would like to make a public comment, there are sheets of paper on that back little cupboard. And if you just put your name, address, contact information, and what you'd like to speak about, just so that we could follow up if we need to follow up. So at this time, we're going to stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance. Sarah, can you take a roll call?
Ms. Hamilton,
Present.
Mrs. Simonetti, Mr. Reddy,
Here.
Ms. Sharp, Mr. Dobies, Ms. Acton.
Here. Agenda item number 4, approval of agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Support? Any deliberation? Any questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries. Turn it over to Mr. Patterson for the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Acting President Acton. Welcome everyone to our December board meeting. We are very excited this time of year. We have 3 more wake-ups until holiday break, and we have a lengthy agenda this evening, so I'm glad so many folks are here and interested in Jackson Public Schools. So I am Superintendent Jeremy Patterson, and at this time, I'd like to acknowledge Shalonda Hunt. I believe Mrs. Hunt is here in the audience with a few words, as she is an outgoing board member. Madam President, it is with the utmost gratitude that I respond to your resignation from the Jackson Public Schools Board of Education with these 2 simple words: thank you. You've been a champion for Jackson Public Schools for a lifetime. Our motto, as our motto says, once a Viking, always a Viking. Yet you went far beyond the call of duty. You led with integrity, you sacrificed, you made difficult decisions, and most importantly, you inspired a community. You celebrated our children, supported our staff, and helped move JPS forward academically and organizationally. While thank you isn't enough for all you've accomplished, this moment is not an ending, it's a new beginning. Your continued service on the City Council represents a powerful opportunity for our partnership that will benefit both our schools and our city. I am proud of all that you have achieved and all that you will continue to do. Best wishes in your leadership with Ward 5 and the City of Jackson. What is good for JPS is good for Jackson, and what is good for Jackson is good for JPS. Thank you again for your outstanding leadership, 5 years as a board member, 1 year as board president, and a lifelong Viking. So at this time, I'd like to give Madam President Shalonda Hunt a hand for her years of service. Thank you. Okay, next up, we have a guest here from the Michigan Department of Education. I'd like to call Lisa Francisco to the microphone, and there's a red icon or a button next to the little person. Mrs. Francisco has been our pal or our partnership liaison during our JPS partnership agreement and worked extremely close with the district, and has just been just a godsend to bring the knowledge and the guidance and the partnership and the collaboration. Many trips down here to Jackson. She has Jackson ties, and she has some great news to report out to the Board of Education. So we're grateful for your presence this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Superintendent Patterson. It is a privilege for me to be here tonight, and I promised Jeremy that I would try not to birdwalk, but there is such good things going on here from the leadership at the district level and at the building level that are committed to the progress of JPS. 3 years ago, they met the criteria for entering a partnership agreement with the Michigan Department of Education to increase student achievement in whole child indicators. From the onset, they embraced that opportunity rather than looking at it as, what are we going to do to get off the list? It was, what can we get out of this? What can MDE do for us, as well as Jackson ISD? Probably the biggest impact that they have had is their commitment to implementing a multi-tiered system of support. And that is a 5-pronged portion of strategic planning that can be applied to anything, even in our own lives. And it requires team-based leadership. Who do you have around the table to help you make decisions? It's committing to, do we have a sound tiered delivery system of instruction and whole child support for our students? Tier 1 at the classroom level, Tier 2 differentiation, and if that isn't sufficient enough for our student needs, Tier 3. Do we have all of those? Do we have a comprehensive assessment and screening system that will help guide our decision-making, help us to see students where they're at, where their strengths are, and where their opportunities for growth are? Do we have the correct selection and implementation of curriculum materials, of interventions, of instructional practices? How do we know? How do we look at that? And finally, are we making decisions based upon data? A team of people, cohort, what they have affectionately coined the MTSS coordination team, embraced how to bring this to the table for everyone, and that included professional learning in the first year. And we had a group of probably 30 to 50 staff members from across JPS, from all sectors of the staff members that serve our children, as well as from each building and each staff grade level type. And at first they were like, why am I here? What am I learning? This really doesn't make sense, to trusting the process and then understanding, I get what we need to do. So a couple of points that I'll highlight is that, again, and I'll just continually repeat it, is that the exceptional dedication and hard work demonstrated throughout the whole process. This is a robust system, and it's very impactful, and they're at the onset of it, and they'll continue to move forward. It is a diverse, open-minded, and passionate group of educators that have come together to establish a strong foundation for future growth and creating an inspiring model of collaboration. I brag about Jackson Public a lot across the state. I've learned and grown right alongside of them and along the team, which some of them are here. And these are individuals who are witness to what all in looks like, sounds like, and feels like. I just do a couple of shout outs to Kelly, to Corey, to Sarah, to Heather, to Julie and Jeremy, and so many others. So the MCT, the MTSS coordination team, so they made sure JPS staff was involved in this work and are inclusive and open-minded. They cultivated strong buy-in and shared ownership of the systems and goals. They recognized that diverse voices and perspectives are necessary, and they ensured that they were, if they weren't represented at the table, they kept asking, who else needs to be here? They are intentional with communication and planning. That is probably the biggest barrier, is when districts don't communicate out to what are we doing and why, and continually doing it, not just doing it at the onset. So as such, the greater JPS staff has a higher engagement in this district-wide initiative, and they're seeing systems and improvements are for the long haul, not, oh, this will pass. It's not passing, and it will outlive all of the great leadership that are here. So learning and understanding the multi-tiered systems of support framework, identifying the current processes that are in place at JPS that align with it, because that's a very important key. What are we doing great already, and how does that fit into the framework? And building on and strengthening and growing that framework has been, in my opinion, the most powerful outcome of the partnership agreement work. At the district level, the framework allows for building autonomy, which buildings very much appreciate, the formation of the MCT as a critical driver of this collective system work, maintaining the MTSS coordinator position, and there have been, since that position was created, and it is funded by Section 21H funding, which is one of the perks of being a partnership, That salary currently is paid for with the intention, hopefully, and I'll be a strong promoter, maintain it with a different funding stream when Section 21H is no longer. 3 different people have served in that role during my tenure, and not at one point did they miss a step in handing it off. They trusted each other, they were there to support each other in the transition, and they're there collectively for ongoing support. They utilize a district capacity assessment. So that's taking a look. What does it mean to implement this? What should the indicate? How well should we be doing it? What does it look like? Are we doing it? Monitoring it? And they're very open to using it. It's a pretty comprehensive assessment. They've leveraged the Jackson ISD. Kelsey Jabkowitz is the person that I work closely with and works closely with the public school, Jackson Public Schools. She is just powerful in facilitating groups, encouraging communication, getting all voices heard, even when people don't want to share, and is also, I think, a person that can say, hey, folks, this is what it says. Is that what we're hearing it looks like? If not, so what are we committed to doing? Just having that outside person it's great. You're so lucky to have that. You've sustained core teams, the district implementation team, along with the MCT team. You're using and growing the use of instructional walks to validate and inform instructional practices and professional development. And they hold sacred days for district data dialogue. That's very important as well. Snow days happen, crises happen, a lot of busyness happens, and we know the sense of when our building principals are fatigued. And it's like, oh, you know what? We need to cancel it. And it's like, no, we don't, because knowing this data and what it tells us is very powerful in moving along the way. JPS revised their code of conduct and adapted language in key documents. They've strengthened their positive behavior and intervention supports implementation, and they've revamped your assist process, your child study process, to better see student strengths and growth areas. At the building level, each building has, and with the help of the Jackson ISD, has completed their positive behavior intervention support tiered fidelity inventories, and those again are those things that we look through. Are we doing it? Are we doing it as it's described? How well are we doing it? They're doing that for PBIS. The next step is to begin to do that with reading and to see how are we putting in all of the foundations for sound reading and literacy instruction. Along with Kelsey, she and I provided professional learning in year 2 for the early warning indicator system that is used proactively to address student needs at the middle school as well at South Central Michigan Virtual. And what's great too about working with the SCMV is they recognize how they deliver their instruction to students, how they motivate students isn't how it is in what our typical traditional school is. And they were able to recognize, how does this look for us? And they just didn't sit back and say, oh, we don't have to worry about that. They figured it out and said, what can we do? As I mentioned, the data meetings are also occurring at the building level, and the district team is recognizing that the use of a standardized template around those data dialogues will support consistent action planning across the district. You have MTSS coaches at each building, and that had to take somewhat of a pause last year as you were dealing with some budget issues, but gratefully that was maintained as a priority, and that has been re-entered. And now the team is looking at, hey, we have some people that are in these positions that are new. What do we need to do to onboard them to keep things rolling and consistent? System documentation efforts are underway to standardize documentation across the buildings. And then also taking a look at key student transition times, from elementary to middle, from middle to high school in our general ed population, but also let's take a look at things for our English learners, for our students who receive special education services, and those also that transition back and forth from SCMV. I just have a lot of affection for how Freddie embraced the students in his charge to help the whole district understand the students that they get to serve and hopefully transition back into the traditional program. They're also being very thoughtful about the social emotional learning curriculum and are piloting that and using the data from piloting that, feedback from the teachers and from the students for further implementation. As we looked at and closed things out, and the student perception survey was a key part of the outcomes, wanting to see some improvements, and we were able to celebrate. There definitely is areas that will continue to improve, but the most recent student survey validated progress in several areas. There's 11% increase in students at the middle school at Parkside who said, yeah, we behave pretty darn good. They're noticing that. That's a good feeling when kids can say, yeah, self-reflect. We have more students who are feeling safe and feel like they belong. Certainly in these times and we know that winds of change can change that from day to day depending on circumstances, but overarching, that's excellent. And more students are enjoying just attending school. The chronic absenteeism rate has been reduced. They're still not happy with where you're at. Just like with our academic achievement scores, still not, they're progressing well, but still not satisfied, as no district should be satisfied. Again, the acknowledgement I want to make in leaving with you tonight is just the dedication and the leadership across the district. Monitoring of the implementation of initiatives is typically where organizations can fall short, or when they wonder, why isn't this doing what it should be? It's typically, did we implement well? Did we monitor what we're implementing for impact? And your team is dedicated to understanding that and making those action plans and taking time to reflect. Their commitment also to sustaining and scaling efforts to ensure every student thrives. The opportunity to support efforts in minimizing barriers in securing essential connections for JPS has been just great for me. That's what I do. That's the joy I get. But these folks, as I'm starting to work with 2 new districts, I say, you'll get out of it what you put in it. And again, an excellent role model for this is JPS. Genuine teamwork, committed leadership, and steadfast focus on student success continue to drive this meaningful progress. From the onset, it's always been about the students. And it's students, what can we change as adults? What are our students telling us that we can change as adults to affect change? So thank you very, very much. And congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We've been having these discussions at the board table and in the community and in the buildings for 3 years, and it's really nice when we can just celebrate at the end. We appreciate your partnership along with us. Support is what schools need, not consequences, but support, and that's what we received, and that's why we had positive outcomes. So that was a lot. I don't know if there's any questions or comments at this time, but we're grateful for your partnership and your leadership with JPS. Thank you. At this time, we have an owner's representative from Baker Tilly Advisory Group with a presentation. It was the request of the Board of Education last month to bring forward an owner's rep. We had some discussion at Finance and Facility and are going to continue that conversation. So, Mr. Barna.
Well, good evening, everyone. Again, my name is Sam Barna. I am a senior manager with Baker Tilly. I've been with Baker Tilly for a little bit more than 15 months now. Prior to that, I was the assistant superintendent or CFO of Oxford Community Schools here in Michigan for 9 years. I was also, for a period of those 9 years, also the facilities director as well. Prior to my time at Oxford Community Schools, I had a similar role. I was the executive director of finance and operations. So again, the CFO, but also over all of the construction projects for the district and the bonds at Dearborn Public Schools as well for about 3 years. I do have a state of Michigan. I'm a licensed builder as well, so it's a passion of mine. I was, at the time when I was in Oxford, we were, and still are, Oxford is a customer of a client of Baker Tilly. So I wanted to also say to you, congratulations on the successful passage of your bond proposal back in November. It's fantastic for the students, for obviously the staff of the district and the community as a whole. It's going to be the next 7 years is going to be fantastic in terms of the additions and the changes, positive changes for all of those that I just mentioned. As you know, you will be asked as a board by administration to approve several $1 million. Obviously, you passed a $126 million bond proposal. You're going to be, tasked with approving, obviously, pay applications for those construction projects. And it's going to be, obviously, there's going to be a lot coming at you, as I'm sure many of you are well aware. There's also going to be a lot coming at administration, obviously, particularly the facilities department as well as the business department specifically, with just managing these projects, not just from a cost perspective, but also from obviously a planning perspective and a constructability perspective. And that is why, again, obviously, as the superintendent mentioned, that's why you wanted to hear from me, hear a little bit about what we can offer as a firm. And basically, that's what I want to dive into now a little bit. Before I do, I just wanted to mention that I know I mentioned that I met several of you, or if I didn't, I met several of you before. Those of you that I didn't meet about a week and a half ago, I also put an example of one of our monthly reports that we have currently for one of our construction clients, and that's Avondale School District in Oakland County. I put an example in front of you of a monthly report. You also may have that electronically as well. So feel free if you have any questions at the end. I will try to be as brief as possible. I know you have a long agenda tonight. But if we can refer to, obviously, the presentation that you see over and above or maybe on your laptop, Baker Tilly, who we are, we're the 6th largest accounting firm in the country. We are an accounting firm, but we're also, we have several, we wear many, many different hats. And obviously one of those is owner's rep style services, construction, accounting, and monitoring. But we do many, many different things, obviously. We have a little over $3 billion of revenue. In the state of Michigan, we have 114 team members, 11 CPAs or partners. And so just to give you a little bit of a high-level view of who we are and who Baker Tilly is. Snapshot of our construction cost and mitigation services that obviously you have me here tonight. Nationwide, we work with municipalities, cities, obviously, towns. We work on infrastructure projects, as you see here, sports and entertainment, and obviously closer to what you care about is obviously K through 12 construction. I mentioned Avondale and the example of monthly reporting that I put in front of you. We also have Paw Paw here as a client closer to you here in Michigan. And then you see other K through 12 districts throughout the country as well. Why would you choose to hire us? These are just a couple of high-level bullet point examples of why would anyone choose, maybe not even Baker Tilly, but why would anyone choose to have kind of an owner's representative as part of your team for your construction projects? Well, some of the facts that we've seen from our client base are 50% of large construction projects exceed their budget, as you can see, by 35% or more. That's what we have seen as part of just the general in the nation, what we've seen for large projects. And your project, in my opinion, is quite large at $126 million or so dollars. The construction projects are typically overcharged by 1% or more. And I mentioned early on that, you're going to be approving payment applications each month. You're going to be approving change orders depending on the size of those change orders going forward. So again, there needs to be obviously keen eyes to all of those documentations that come through each month once construction gets underway. There's obviously right now, there's tariffs that we have to be concerned with. And then in general, just the labor and material shortages that result and can increase the abuse and fraud that you may be subjected to. Hopefully not. Your construction contracts are frequently one-sided, and it's not just yours, because you probably don't have one yet, obviously, but many that we've seen across the country are geared towards the construction manager or architect rather than the client themselves. So just to be aware of that and why you would want to hire someone to help go through those contracts, and again, look over your financials on a monthly basis to ensure they're compliant with the contracts that you have. Also, the contract ambiguity in basically making sure that costs are clearly defined and that there are no gray areas within your contract. So those are the big reasons. The capital project management alternatives, this is basically what we're proposing for the district, and I discussed this about a week and a half ago with the committee. That upper box is what I put the proposal together for, so it's really financially geared towards the district. However, we are extraordinarily flexible as obviously an organization. If the district decided to say, hey, Baker Tilly, could you add on architectural design review services or on-site construction review because we want to have another third-party independent opinion on our roofs. Our construction manager and architect are telling us one thing, but we're uncertain. Can you help us? We could add those services on as well. But as I'm showing you today, it's really the larger box on the top, and that really is focusing on the costs and the dollars with your construction projects going forward. And so what we provide and what I shared with you earlier is really the communication and that monthly report that we provide for the district that shows not only where you're at actuals versus budget by project, but also where you're at in your schedule. Are you, behind schedule? Are you ahead of schedule with each of your projects? And it's just an ability for you to either inform yourselves, also if you wanted to share that with the community, to become more transparent if you so chose. So that's the nice thing about, obviously, that monthly report. So I kind of went over a high level of some of those bullet points. Again, we review in detail your contract that you have. The earlier that we're brought on, we could work with your, obviously, bond attorney, contract attorney, to help review the language for material escalation clauses, as an example. As I mentioned, tariffs, and everyone hears about tariffs nowadays. Well, in construction projects, as many of you are aware, your construction manager works with the subcontractors to purchase steel, aluminum, whatever it is, gypsum, whatever it is that probably has a tariff associated with it. Maybe it doesn't, though. So it's looking at that detail and comparing it to your contract to ensure that you're not getting taken advantage of, or there's maybe just honest errors in billing to the district. That is what we do. And that is the bread and butter of what we do. Again, if you want to just kind of go through the other points, that we have an online tracking website that you can choose to review as well beyond the hard copy report that we share monthly with the district. We also have a dedicated team. Obviously, I am here in Michigan. If you wanted me to be on site, not only at your meetings, but at your projects, I am happy to do that. I live in Oakland County. I put a lot of miles on my car, and I have no issue with doing that. But we also have about 50 team members in this group nationwide. So we're a large team that's really dedicating to looking out and being that fiduciary for the district to ensure that obviously the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed when it comes to looking at your financials on a monthly basis. Obviously, the district staff, they have a lot going on outside of the bond, and they're spending their time obviously with their day-to-day and their responsibilities. Having a large construction and a large bond project just exacerbates and really reduces the amount of time that they're able to dedicate to other things. And the nice thing is that, obviously with whomever you may choose, if you choose to do and hire someone, regardless of who it is, for construction accounting and monitoring or owner's rep services, you use bond proceeds for that if you so choose. You don't have to use your general fund, which is really crucial, and you could put it back in the classroom if you so choose as a district. So that's the nice thing about these services. If I go a little bit, move forward here, and there we go, the next slide, really talking about what benefits again, and that's the improved resource efficiency by using someone such as an owner's rep. A lot of the times, as I mentioned, that your district staff either doesn't have the time, nor do they maybe have the expertise to go through your contracts and look at all of your change orders and your pay application on a monthly basis in detail, or to the level that they would like in order to catch errors and to catch some erroneous maybe charges potentially. And that's again what we are offering to do as well. Again, time is of the essence, and oftentimes when I was in the CFO seat, as an example at Oxford, some of my pay applications, honest, were like 200 pages long, because you have subcontractors submitting detail to you depending on your project and depending on the size of that project. So it can be a daunting task, is my point. This is kind of like the timeline, the standard timeline and cadence of engaging with Baker Tilly as an example. Project kickoff meeting, project risk analysis, that's looking over your construction contracts or contract, as I mentioned earlier, and doing a deep dive, but also doing that monitoring, as I mentioned, every month to make sure that you're on track and producing that report and being part of your project team. And again, I showed you a little bit. Again, please feel free to take a look at that hard copy that I put in front of you from Avondale Schools. But really, it gets into the nitty-gritty detail. We produce RFIs, which are requests for information, on a monthly basis, depending on what we're looking for from your construction manager. And it's normally to your construction manager, not to the district. And normally, we're looking for things like, okay, can you send us this subcontract that you have with your drywall subcontractor, or can you send us obviously your lien waiver to make sure that it was signed off so that there's no district issues for them coming back on the district if they didn't sign off on their lien waiver. There's various hundreds of things that we could ask for, and we complete this RFI log and show that to you on a monthly basis as a roll forward to show you what has been asked, what has been provided, and what's outstanding from our standpoint. So it's quite nice to have that. And especially if you're asked by a community member, hey, what's going on with your projects? Where are you at? It's nice to just show them, say, well, this is the report, and this gives you a summary view, and then it dives into the detail the pages after that summary. So we think it's very nice. And so do our clients. I won't go into too much more. I kind of gave you a high-level overview. And again, I know that you're pressed for time tonight. I will open it up to, if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to try to answer those.
I have a question for you. What's your name one more time?
I'm sorry, I'm Sam. Sam Barna.
Thank
Yeah.
you, sir.
Hi.
Sam Parker.
Barna.
Barna.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise. This and Sarah might have the answer to this. This PowerPoint. Do we have that? Did you send that today? Is that what we have that you sent today? Okay. Because I want to look at it
Sure.
further. Can you, just from your experience,
Yeah.
briefly, or like you're talking to a fifth grader, give me the difference between, and I understand that you would be considered an owner rep
Sure.
versus this project construction manager, rather. What's the difference between the two?
So a construction manager that you would normally hire, most districts hire, are actually responsible for dealing directly with your subcontractors. So let's just say that you're doing a roofing project. They're going to have either directly through them or directly through the district a contract with that subcontractor, and they're going to manage that subcontractor. Unless the district decides to manage those contractors, those subcontractors themselves. But you hire a construction manager for their skill set and expertise to manage projects, okay? What most of those firms, though, do is they don't, and I'm not saying all, they're not CPAs, they're not accounting firms. So they get paid based upon a percentage of construction. What we do is we don't offer a percentage of construction. You pay us a standard amount and you could cancel at any time. There's no long-term contract. Construction managers, again, if there's a change order and it increases the project budget, well, guess what? They're getting paid for that in addition to their original contract terms. So that's a big difference between how they get compensated, but they really are hired by districts, as an example, or other clients, depending on the industry, for their industry expertise in construction and managing to a schedule and managing overall a high-level budget. But they don't have a fiduciary responsibility to you because they're not an accounting firm. That's a big difference. I don't know if does
Very
that
much.
help answer
Very
your
helpful.
question?
Thank you. Yep.
Okay,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Hi, Sam.
Hi,
Can you
Cheryl.
explain to the group of what you offer with regards to boots on the ground?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
when we'll actually see you? And
Yes.
if we have an issue that comes up, your response to that?
Absolutely. So if we were hired for, again, the services that are more financially oriented, which is what you have in front of you, I would be obviously here as physically, if you need me, whenever you wanted, truly. In addition to that, I'm normally online for my other clients, or I am in person depending on when they meet with their construction management team. As an example, at Avondale, we have a construction meeting every 2 weeks on Monday at 2 p.m., and it usually is an hour and a half long. It's also online. I usually choose to attend physically in person, okay? Because there's often times where we have sidebar conversations with the construction manager and the architect that sometimes you can't capture online. So I like to physically be there. But to answer your question, Cheryl, really it is depending on what level you need of service, and again, if you need construction on-site management services, we can revise our proposal to include those. And it could be me, or it could be others that have more direct experience of that particular construction change order. As an example, let's say that you had a change order for a roofing project. Well, I don't maybe feel comfortable, Sam Barna, as Baker Tilly, to instruct you, but we have someone that's an expert in Baker Tilly that we can have come out and help with that change order to ensure that your engineer or your construction manager, as well as your architect, are accurate. And so that could happen as often or as infrequent as you would like. That's why we don't bake it in the beginning. You could choose to add that some other time. Let's just say you are experiencing issues with your construction manager a year from now. Baker Tilly, would you give us a proposal to add that service? That's why we add that flexibility to it. We're trying to be good fiscal stewards because we understand that your community voted for this and they expect, obviously, as much as perfection as possible. Trust me, I know, because I was the CFO of two different districts, so I get it. So does that answer your question, Cheryl? Okay, thank you. Thank you, it's a great question as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've worked on a number of different economic development projects and seen many come to fruition, and would be interested in seeing a proposal or addition to the recent proposal for the on-site review.
Sure.
And seeing what that is, because I think it's more comparing apples to apples. In lieu of the on-site review, who would be doing that, I guess? If the construction manager if there's change orders, if they're completing, work, is that typically done by administration, if we aren't contracting with Baker Tilly on
Yes.
that sort?
That's a fantastic question, Derek. So what happens is when you would hire a construction manager, obviously if you had a specific project where there was a change order, as an example, they would be the firm to help you through that process. But keep in mind, again, you have also district administration, specifically in that example that I just provided, your facilities director, who obviously has great experience at many different facets of construction, I would assume, because that's why they're partially in the position that they're in. In addition to myself, if I was hired, if not, you would be looking more at your construction manager, architect, and your staff internally to make those decisions where, do we think this is reasonable? Okay. The construction manager is telling us this is a reasonable change order and it's not in the original contract.
Sure.
The architect is saying the same thing as the construction manager. Then you refer to your internal administrative staff to say, do you guys think that this is accurate? That's how you would navigate that as a construction team. We would come on board and we would add that expertise if you wanted the on-site construction management services as well.
Mhm.
But if it was just the financial piece, that's what I was describing tonight.
Yeah.
So,
And setting change orders aside,
Mhm.
ensuring that the quality of the work
yes.
throughout the process, is that also what would be included in that on-site review and assessment?
It would
And
be
without that, that is
your construction
on-
manager and architect
Gotcha.
because their reputations are also on the line.
sure.
And again, oftentimes, most construction managers are usually very diligent about
Mhm.
making sure that what is constructed is obviously, it has to pass the state, first of all,
Mhm.
building codes. Otherwise, obviously, there's going to be some lawsuits, right? But they really obviously want to avoid that. So it's the comfort level that you have with whatever construction management firm you're ultimately going to choose.
Mhm.
But again, when things might get a little dicey and you may have a disagreement internally with what they're suggesting is where you would hire an owner's rep per se and say, can you tell us what your perspective is? You're a third party independent. You're not getting paid if this gets approved because you're just getting a monthly fee for your services. You're not getting paid based upon a dollar value of construction. That's the beauty of our services, truly, is that you can depend on us for our expertise, but you're not paying us and we have a fiduciary responsibility to the district. So,
When you have those do you have on-site contracts in Michigan now? Or
not on the two that we have, but we
Uh-huh.
have them nationwide.
in other ways?
The two firms that or the two school districts didn't need that, at least not yet.
Sure.
Yeah.
What is the average level of frequency of on-site visits when you have that as part of the contract? Would you think?
It really depends on the level of construction going on and the size of your contract and the complexity. It really does.
Mhm.
It's hard for me to answer that because it could be a small client that's maybe just doing a paving project, right? Or several paving projects throughout their community or in their district if it's a K-12. But it could be something much grander, like as I mentioned in my prior slides, doing an airport. So it could be
Mhm.
huge and spending billions of dollars. And therefore, your on-site could be really, really frequent. So
Sure.
it really depends. And I hate to not give you a direct answer, but it really is dependent upon the complexity and the size of your project.
Yeah, sure.
So,
No, and I guess once seeing a revised proposal, then it's
yeah.
easier to understand what that looks like.
And
on
I
the
will
ground.
work with my team to put that together. And what we would end up doing is making an assumption of like, we assume, twice a month that we would show up because you may not need those services. But then again, you could also say, hey, Sam, you're doing great on the cost side with the financials. I don't think we're going to need the on-site construction, at least for the next 6 months. We're going to pause this. You wouldn't pay us. That's the beauty of the flexibility of what we can offer. So.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good. I was just curious. So you're one of what sounds like many options for us to go with for owner's rep. Why Baker Tilly?
Our expertise nationwide. We are not just in Michigan, obviously. As I mentioned to you in my prior slides, we deal with small projects all the way up to multi-billion-dollar projects, and we produce savings when we have these larger projects as an example. We're able to find items that are either erroneous or things that are just misbilled or just things that really shouldn't be charged to clients. We're able to find those by doing those monthly reviews. And so why us is because, again, we also, the way that we structure our charging, as I mentioned, I keep on harping on it, but that's a big difference. I think that others that do this service do charge almost like a construction manager. They charge a percentage of your construction project. So they really don't have a fiduciary responsibility to really look at your financials and your change orders and your pay apps and say, there's a problem here, because they're going to get paid more if they don't catch it. So that's a big reason why I would say that's a big, besides our expertise, it's our flexibility, truly. Thank you.
Can
I ask a follow-up on
Absolutely.
that whole on-site construction
Yes.
addendum, if you will?
Sure.
So how is that then calculated? Is that a blanket number? Is it a per visit number? Like,
What-
how do you calculate that
So
number?
what we would do is we would obviously look at the needs of the district, and obviously we would dig in and work with obviously the administrative group to find out what is the expected time frame of your different projects. And we would put an assumption based upon, like I mentioned earlier, 2-3 visits a month. And if it exceeded that, we would have a per diem charge. Okay, that's as simple as it would be. It'd be more like a time and materials based contract than outside of a norm. And that would be agreed upon, obviously, by the district, by the board. So that's how we would handle that. Again, very flexible, so.
One more question for you,
Yes.
from me. Remember, like you're talking to a fifth grader. I just want to clarify that we could pay you out of bond funds.
That is correct.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Yes, you pay out of bond proceeds rather than general fund. That's
Perfect.
correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for being here and your presentation this evening and answering those questions.
Thank you as well, and happy holidays to everyone. We'll be in touch. I'll be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we have also a construction manager presentation. Mitch?
Can you turn your mic on? Can you turn your mic on?
A little bit suspenseful, but it worked out well. And I congratulate you. My name is Mitch Watt, for everybody that I haven't had the pleasure of meeting. I'm partner at Triangle Associates. I have been I'm an architect. I have been designing and constructing school facilities in the state of Michigan for my entire 41-year career. This is what I do. This is what our company does. 85% of our work at Triangle is K-12 public school projects, construction management projects. A little bit more about our firm. For those of you who don't know, I'm going to keep this really brief tonight, but the firm we're in Grand Rapids. We are working with probably 25 or 30 school districts in the state of Michigan. Our reputation is based solely on the good word of our clients. And so we are 100% focused on delivering excellence, quality, at a reasonable cost to our clients within the budget that they have established, which is no more than $126 million. That's our job as your construction manager. We've worked with TMP, your architect, on many projects very successfully. You should be excited to know that they're an excellent firm. I have nothing but praise for the organization and the good work that they do. Who has the clicker?
Jesse, we have a clicker for the, oh, there it goes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So what I want to do tonight is really just give you, I was asked because you're considering an owner's rep, which is a great conversation for you to have, to understand clearly how you're going to approach this project. But I was asked to come in tonight just to talk a little bit about what we do and what our responsibilities are. And there's a few different contract forms when you deal with construction management. So I think it's very important that you understand what form of contract that you'll have and what our role is to deliver on that contract, okay, so that you clearly understand that. We always consider the construction process a three-party stool. It's you as the owner, this is your project, this is your money, this is your community school, your primary. Number two is an architect, that's TMP, and number three, your construction manager. That's our role. Three-way partnership. It's your duty as the board and the administration to establish and approve all project parameters, all the contingency dollars you approve based on recommendations you get, any scope revisions, all the phasing plans. There's going to be a lot of phasing and implementation that has to be carefully thought out. How we do the construction in active schools, on those active sites, how that we phase it so it's safe, it doesn't disrupt education, which is your primary focus. But we will develop those for you. Monthly review of project details, that was discussed just a few minutes ago. Status, budgets, approvals. That role is consistent no matter who your consultants are. Your duties as a board are to approve all of those things. Your architect, we just met a few weeks ago, talked about kicking that process off, will work with you to establish a clear line of what the program's going to be, what the objectives are going to be, and develops the design. They develop the construction documents, which are what the contractors will bid on, the specifications related to materials, all of that detailed information. But they also have a responsibility to oversee what the construction manager is recommending on your behalf. They advise the owner on scope changes, change orders. They review all of your change orders. They recommend those for approval to us and to the school. They observe the construction for compliance with their plans and specs. So they are already looking at every job as it progresses along. They're meeting with us every month, and they are actively involved in reviewing the project as it's built to make sure that the construction is going along with exactly how the contract documents expects it to go along. Every detail is being built properly. Everything is being executed to the quality standards of TMP, and we have to abide by that. They approve all payments for application. So once those payments for application come to the district, before they do, they go through the architect for their final sign-off. What do we do as a construction manager? And I'm going to talk about two forms of contracts, so hold your breath on that. But right now, in general, we're your professional consulting firm. We start now. We aren't just a contractor. We aren't actually involved in construction. We don't actually construct anything on your projects. We manage the process. We consult for you. We have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that we're maintaining your budget, that we're clearly delineating the scope of the project, what's going on every single month, what has been done, what will be done, how much money has been spent, how much contingency dollars are remaining, what we approve, what we don't approve. That is what you're paying your construction manager to do. We're responsible for quality, the cost effectiveness, the budget compliance, value engineering. During design, we will be working with your team and the architect to review the design as it develops. Along that process, we'll be updating the budgets that we've already established prior to going out for the bond issue. We will be reviewing those budgets as the designs develop to make sure that the budgets are staying in line with what was developed in the bond issue. We will come to you if there's an issue. If we see a budget scope creeping, which is pretty common, we will make recommendations to your team to align the project design with the budget, and we will come to the board with where the budget stands at that point, if you have to make some decisions. But that is our job during design. During design, we will also be looking at detailed phasing plans, the schedules, how we're going to implement the various projects and execute those in line with your expectations as a board and a community administration. So we'll advise you on those things. We'll advise you on scope changes. We advise on the change orders. We put those together. We do review them for what we think is reasonable. We send them to the architect. They review them for what they feel is reasonable. And then they will recommend to you for those change orders to be accepted or rejected. We are also responsible for supervision of the job sites. So we not only bid the projects, but we will have a full-time on-site supervisor at every single active work site in the school district. If you have 3 jobs going on at once, we will have 3 people assigned at least we'll have 1 person to each one of those active jobs responsible solely for that job. so that they are monitoring the construction, they are monitoring the quality, they are monitoring the effectiveness of the contractors that are working on your jobs. We respond to all that. One of the things that we will do, which a lot of contractors, CMs don't do, is we will establish a joint escrow account with the school district. We try to make the accounting aspect of these kinds of projects as simple as possible, not in the information we give you, but what you have to do as a school district. So we establish a joint escrow account with the district, and when the payment applications come to us and we approve them, they're approved by the architect, we then send that to the school district with every single contractor that should be paid with one total. The school district deposits that total into our escrow account, and we pay all of the subcontractors for the district, so that takes the burden off Marcus and his team of issuing 30, 40, 50 checks every month and not knowing what those are for. We keep track of that. We know exactly what they've asked for, where they are in the project, what percentage complete they are, and we verify that, and we issue those checks directly to them on your behalf. So we do have a significant fiduciary responsibility to you as our client. There are two different kinds of construction management contracts. The first was the initial contract that was developed in the 70s in Michigan for these kinds of projects. And that's referred to as construction manager as constructor, CMC. In that contract, we, as your construction manager, we hold all the contracts for all the trade contractors that work on the job. That's the primary difference in these two contracts. Everything else is the same. We do all the pre-construction, scheduling, and budgeting, and all of those things. The main thing is the trade contracts are held by the construction manager. What that creates in our mind is that reduces our fiduciary to the district by saying we now have a contract directly with the subcontractors. You might question, well, you do a lot of work with XYZ. Are you being fair to the district? We want to avoid that at all costs. One of the other things I wanted to talk about was in an owner's rep scenario, the best case for an owner's rep is under this form of construction management. I know in Western they're using an owner's rep. They have a construction manager as constructor, and the construction manager is actually performing construction on the job site. They're doing some of the divisions of trade contract work. So that's a great opportunity for an owner's rep. They have an owner's rep there. That gives them that third-party independent fiduciary to review the project and the scope. An outcome of this issue with having that third party in the state, the development of the construction manager as advisor contract. That is the form of contract you utilized on your last bond issue. That is currently the form of contract that we're working under on this project. And under this project, it basically takes the contractors, all of the trade contractors, whoever is going to work on the project, whether it's flooring, structural steel, masonry, all of those trade contracts are directly with the school district. We are completely 100% independent of any contractual obligations to the subcontractors because we are 100% your third-party independent representative. That is our job. Along with an owner's rep, we provide you with a monthly summary and construction management report, which will have photographs of progress going on in the project, a complete download of where the status of the financial obligations are for the school district. Where are we with contingencies?
Mitch, you said along with owner's rep. Did you mean similar to?
Oh, similar to an owner's rep.
Okay.
Yes, we will do all those same kinds of things. Yes, we are a construction manager. The president of our company is our CFO. He's a CPA. Most of our work revolves around management of a process and execution of contracts that are in your best interest, not in ours, in your best interest, and that we are making sure that we're monitoring and controlling the budget in a very careful way. We know that all of our clients only have so much money to spend, and we have to be very careful to maximize that. As a matter of fact, every one of our projects, we start with the goal of returning money to the school district so that you can actually, in the end, we want to save contingency dollars. We want favorable bids at the time of bid so that we can actually turn money back to the school district and you can execute more projects than were actually defined in the bond issue. That is our primary goal. So in this case, the CM in the advisory role serves as your independent third-party representative. This is the form of contract that is used by most school districts in the state of Michigan, and I know most of the attorneys like this form of agreement because it does create that third-party independent set of eyes looking at your project for the school district on your behalf. So that kind of gives you that overview. So the takeaway is the architect and CM are responsible to the school district to monitor your cost, to develop ways to save dollars, to bid the projects out in a fair and competitive market, to organize the bid documents in such a way that we attract a wide range of quality contractors to the area to do the work, to make sure that as we're under construction, our supervisors are focused on safety, both of the contractors as well as the students and the visiting community. They're focused on the quality assurance, making sure that we're delivering at the highest level of quality. We also I wanted to note that, we've developed the bond issue budget, and if there's another consultant that is brought on, which is fine, those dollars will come out of monies that are allocated specifically for projects right now, because we simply didn't know that when we set up the bond issue. So those fees are not included. I think the other thing that, from what I understand, is a concern is the time of the staff for the district. Whether you have an owner's rep or you have a construction manager, your staff is going to be involved in this project. They need to be involved because they understand. Todd and Marcus worked with us to develop the scope and the priorities. They need to be involved in making sure that we're implementing those projects in the right manner and that we're making sure that we're prioritizing the most critical needs for the school district. What they don't need to do is a lot of paperwork, and that's our job, is to do the paperwork, to do the research, to provide you the information that you need to make a good decision, what they need to make a good decision, to manage the budgets, to manage the costs. We will develop all of the contracts for the trade contractors, and despite what some people might say, we develop those in the favor of the school district, not the contractors themselves. We're known for having very tough contracts, but we attract a lot of great contractors because they do like working with our firm. We're fair with the contractors, but we don't let them get away with anything. And so I think it's important to know that you're going to need a steering committee who will meet with us. We will have monthly, or most of the time it's bi-monthly, so 2 times a month we will meet. We call it an OACM meeting, which is owner, architect, and construction manager meeting. Your team members will be involved in that. We haven't defined who, what, when, where, but they will be involved in that so that they're kept up to breast on exactly what's going on in the project and where you are with the budget. We will provide you a monthly report to the board that outlines exactly what's going on every single project. So now I'd like you to ask the same questions that you just asked a few minutes ago.
Trustee Dobies?
All right. We should have set up 2 tables and had you guys just debate back and forth. That would have been a good time. So I appreciate you walking through this. Super informative for those who haven't gone through large-scale construction projects before and how they can be set up. And thank you for sharing how it has been set up in the past in the 2018 bonds and how we have currently set it up for the 2025 bond. In reviewing what has initially come back from the owner's rep, it seems there's a $5,000 startup cost, an $8,000 a month retainer, plus it appeared to be a 400 a month tech cost, $8,400 a month. The duration of the term of the bond over 72 months, I'm just calculating $610,000. With the extra duty pay that we're looking at somewhere around 220 or so to compensate those that would be serving in the capacity of the owner in working with the architect and the construction manager. There's a difference of $385,000 there without the addition of whatever is going to come back presumably at the next meeting for additional on-site review. And that's some of the questions that I asked, because in the 2018 bond, I've literally dropping off my kid at school, seen Marcus and Todd on site, presumably with somebody I didn't know that probably was one of your construction managers, looking at some of the work that was performed, evaluating it, seeing what else can be done with some of the intricacies of whatever was happening there. So $385,000 plus whatever additionally would be for that individual to come on site for change orders or whatever sort of quality control we seek to attach to that contract. Can you help me understand what the value of that would be? I already have an idea, but would we just be paying for the same thing that sounds like Triangle does a lot of?
In my view, you are already going to be paying for all of those things with our service, our standard services, yes.
Okay. And if we were to pay for those things from bond funds, presumably then we would need to make determinations as a board working with administration in terms of what projects that we already made commitments to the public through this bond would need to get cut.
Yeah, there were not additional fees contemplated when we developed the bond issue. Just the architect, the construction manager fees, all of the bond sale fees, all of the attorney fees, those have all been calculated, but the owner's rep was not calculated into that.
So under the construction manager advisor role, and I understand how it's different from the constructor, if we were to also retain an owner's rep, we would be paying that private contractor for work that is already being performed, while also not compensating staff that are, I mean, presumably, as you said, and the other gentleman said, there's still a role for our administration to play, for Marcus, for Todd, for others to play, even with an owner's rep.
Well, I think you have to do a gut check. I mean, in my view, I've never had a project in my 40 years where the staff wasn't involved. You would essentially be saying, I'm going to turn over all the decision-making authority to somebody else. And in a school district where you have so many constituents and so many people that have a voice, it's important to know that you're going to be doing that. In other words, you're going to be turning over, whether it's to me or to somebody else, the decision-making authority of how your bond issue dollars are going to be spent. And I just have not had a district ever do that. Generally, they want to be involved to make sure that what we've developed in the bond scope is implemented, and that if there are shifting priorities, which do happen, I mean, this is a long bond issue. There's going to be things that are going to shift around. That's for you to decide, not for us.
Yeah.
This is your project. It's your project. It's your school district. It's your schools. And so they should be involved, not running the project, not telling us what to do, but being there to answer the questions as the questions arise.
And you would agree that there is in construction, there is a difference between something that passes code, state code, and something that meets the construction, the aesthetics, the functionality of what we are looking to deliver to the staff, educators, and students, not only for the next 7 years, but for the next
Yes.
decades.
All of these projects will require decisions on both regards. You have to realize that during the bond issue planning, we went through with Marcus, Todd, other staff members, went through the buildings, TMP, went through the buildings, looked at everything, talked about all the priorities. But we didn't design those solutions. Those solutions haven't been, we've allocated the funds that in our best professional judgment would cover the scope for those items, but they haven't been designed. So is that door going to stay there, or does it move because now we're going to put a big unit right there? You know, those kinds of decisions, TMP is going to try to make a lot of those decisions, but they want somebody on the owner's side to say, yes, let's do that. It's like designing a house. Would you ever build your own home, hire a contractor and an architect and tell them, just do it? No, you want to be involved in those decisions. But you do want a consultant that is going to make those decisions easy enough for you. Give me reasonable solutions that fit within my budget. Don't give me 10 alternatives and just throw your hands up. That's not what we do. We basically frame every decision as easily as we can, and we make them simple, as simple as we can for you.
Sorry, one more question.
Did that, yeah.
Thinking through some of those visits and accommodations, are there components of the 2025 bond and the construction over that period of time that will, through efficiencies, reduce costs for the school district generally speaking, that could be reflected in our general fund or things?
Operationally?
Operationally?
Yeah, I mean, there's mechanical, there's all sorts of system improvements that could benefit the district, sure. Mm-hmm.
So I have a couple questions for you. It sounds like the different ways that you could be involved included you potentially being in the role of an owner's rep and a construction manager. Is that correct? One of those?
Well, the construction manager as advisor is really one single contract, and they call it advisor, but as advisor, you're the third party owner's rep. And a lot of times when people say, well, we're construction manager, but essentially we're an owner's rep. So we don't hold any contracts with the subcontractors. We are 100% under contract to you to advise you and make sure that the project is going well.
Okay, so maybe I didn't ask the question in a way that would get the answer that I'm looking for. So on your slide, you
Yes.
told us that there were different ways that you could be involved in this project. One of them was as an advisor. One of them was as something else. Were there three different ways you told us about?
Constructor. And a construction manager as constructor is where we still do all the same kind of budgeting things, but we hold all the trade contracts. We would hold all the contracts with all the subcontractors. And the concern.
So that makes sense, Mitch, but before you keep going, because
Yeah.
I'm getting confused now. I see this advisor one. Go back a slide, will you
Yep.
please? Do they all say advisor? I didn't see that.
Nope. One more. There we
Okay.
go.
Okay. So is this the one? Now, did you just show us three different ways that you could
No,
be
there were
involved?
two slides on that
Okay,
last
so
one.
this is one and the advisor is the other one?
Yep.
Okay. Now, this one, because I understood the advisor, that was kind of more of an advisory role. You weren't as involved in the advisory role, and it was also the way that most K-12 chose to
Right.
engage you all. This one, is this one the one that kind of could operate both like a construction manager and an owner's rep? Is
No,
that-
that's what the advisor is.
So don't, just so you know, because let me ask the question. Because I'm just trying to
Yeah.
get to that.
No, I understand.
What is this different besides the
This-
owner rep?
This one is where we, like a general contractor, you hear
Mhm.
people talk about general contractors. That's really what this is.
Okay.
Where we bid the project publicly, like we have to, but when we hire all the trade contractors, we
Mhm.
hire the mechanical guy, the electrical, the flooring, they're contracted with me. So I hold the contract. So essentially, I'm a general contractor,
Okay.
but I'm still advising you. And that's where people start to say, wait a minute, are you buddy up with the trade contracts? Yeah, and you're marking up the change orders, all that kind of stuff, which really isn't true, but that's what people might say. And so that's why this other form of construction management agreement was developed, so that it avoids that. It says,
Okay.
we don't have a relationship with them. We have only a relationship with you.
Okay, and
Is our
I hear
plan.
you
Yeah.
specifying the differences. It's particularly based on what the other gentleman was saying. One more question for you. So it sounds like you're never operating in the role of both a construction manager and an owner's rep. You're never operating in that role.
Well, I mean, it's essentially that's what we are doing. We are an owner's rep.
So I was right with my first question.
Yes,
You
we are.
actually do operate.
Yes, I mean,
Now, that's
just so
neither of
they call it
these?
advisor, but it's essentially owner's rep. Same thing.
But in the owner's rep, we don't get the construction management part of you?
A lot of owners reps don't. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about with you, with your organization. I'm just trying to understand the difference between these two roles, and if in either of those differences, do you operate as a construction manager as well as an owner's rep in that same role?
Yes,
Is that
when
a
we're
thing?
under a CMA
Okay.
agreement, that's what we're doing.
Okay, I thought so.
Yeah.
Okay, one more question for you. So you do operate as, could rather
Yes.
operate
Oh,
as
yes.
both a construction manager and an owner's rep within one role.
Yes.
The next question for you, because, from my perspective, I don't imagine that our school board, and this is not necessarily for you, not school board, but our admin, that they would be hands off. I don't know anybody in their right mind that would have any type of construction project that they would be, just paying someone to do and then them not having some involvement in. So I don't think that's, for me, that's not a conversation, because I expect that our school board, our admin would have the whatever level of involvement they're supposed to have. And then I expect that should we hire someone else, such as, what's the name of your organization one more time?
Triangle. Triangle
Okay.
Associates,
I
yeah.
expect that if we were to hire a Triangle or a Baker Tilly or both, that they still would be as involved as they needed to be, but that you all would be taking the bulk of it, the bulk of the project off of us, and then just kind of letting them advise you all to, about our needs. So that's there. But then the last question I have for you is that the funds, for paying you all, we could pay you out of bond funds. Is that accurate or no?
Yes, so
Okay.
those fees have all been allocated in the bond
Perfect.
for both
Thank you.
TMP and Triangle.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Mitch, was this January or something like
We've
that?
been involved in the district for
the
close to a year.
contract?
Yeah.
Because I remember it was, I think, Triangle, Granger, and there was
Yes.
somebody else that bid on that. So
Yeah, we interviewed and
Yep.
yes.
It was before the first of the year, because I
Yeah,
was not.
and then
there.
we worked with
Yeah.
the district
it
to
was a while
develop.
back. yeah.
We worked with the district and TMP to develop the bond issue
So like
scope and
that's not a like TMP same, like we've already had those conversations. We're squarely discussing as our construction manager, as advisor, which you are, you already provide the services of an owner's representative. You do not hold the any construction contracts yourself. You are managing those, and in that capacity, the district has the assurity that because you don't hold any contracts and you're not operating as a general manager, that you don't have any conflict of interest or financial interest in ballooning any of those or padding any sort of subcontracts and things like that. So as our existing construction manager as advisor, the second of the two that are up here, we're purely talking about, does it make sense to spend additional bond dollars, because we're already paying for you out of the bond dollars, correct? Does it make sense to pay additional bond dollars to have another person duplicate a lot of the work that you're already doing? And all of that is setting aside the fact that some of our administration here, whether they're talking to you or whether they're talking to you and Sam or some other person or entity that we can pay more money to do, that Marcus, Todd, JP, others are going to be either working with you and TMP on that, or working with you, TMP, an additional person that will also be doing the work that we pay you to do.
That's pretty much it.
Okay.
Jeremy, one last question for you. So I remember last month when we asked you to have the owner's rep come so we can kind of better understand the owner's rep. And then I see that we have the construction manager presentation on here, which is very helpful. Thank you for having both of them here. Help me understand kind of what we're getting at with their role in relation to this. So I don't know. Clearly, we know that the owner's rep conversation was around the extra duty pay, what the difference would be, and all the things in that way. What does this construction manager presentation have to do with the extra duty pay? Just help me understand kind of why we brought him in.
So today
He's been
we're-
helpful, though.
Yes, today the intent was not to have any discussion about extra duty pay. We tabled that to kind of look at another avenue of the owner's rep, and also talk about what's already in place, like what the district is already committed to, which is a construction manager, which when we reviewed at Finance and Facilities, there were some aha moments that I wanted the whole board to hear about services that are already provided and resources that will make an informed decision about how we spend our funds moving forward.
That's very helpful to understand kind of like why he was brought in. So with his role, and if you could answer, but with his role that he's, sounds like we're already using them for, and I get that, but you want us to kind of understand what their role was versus the owner's rep, and in relation to kind of what we're already doing with them, that's kind of, it's equal to the owner's rep? Is that some of what you want us to understand?
Yeah, so the board wanted more information about what an owner's rep does.
Yep.
Okay, and so once we shared that information and we revisited what we already have, I just wanted the board to make an informed decision about, do we need that? And so if the answer is yes, then the board will know the totality of everything that's already at play with the bond.
Okay, that's very helpful. Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions, discussions?
Yeah, I just have a detailed question about the joint escrow account. It said that we did not use that in our last bond program.
No.
Is there, was it not available? Did we decide against
You know,
it? Did
we were not the CM on the last bond program. I don't know if you realize that. And I think the other firm just doesn't take that policy. That's why I wanted to highlight that, because Fred actually told me that was not set up that way, the last bond issue, that this district was issuing, loads of checks. And our procedures are generally set up in favor of the client, making things as easy as possible in our accounting department. They do all the work for you. We also have, because of prevailing wages, we have to verify all certified payrolls of all the contractors, everything that they submit. So that's, the accounting department verifies all that with the project managers. Mm-hmm.
If we hired an owner's rep, would we escrow to him and then he would escrow to you?
Well, I don't know.
And then,
Probably.
or something like that?
Probably.
All right.
Yeah. Anything else? Well, thanks for having me come in. It was great to talk to you. I look forward to working with all of you in over the next few years. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and the final portion of the superintendent's report, we are going to begin our board vacancy interviews. It is the request, I believe, of the board that the candidates who are interviewing will remain, and we have an alternate location for any other candidates that are going to interview if they are not present during the interview time. So we're going to begin with Keith Jacobs, and our cabinet is going to support our other candidates to an alternate location, bringing them in for their interview period. So we appreciate recognition of that at this time. And Keith Jacobs is present. Thank you. I think if the board would like to do kind of round robin, question 1, 2, and 3 for the first candidate, 1, 2, 3 for the second, if that's something that you all want to do, okay? You'll ask question 1, and Derek 2, and Elena 3.
Is there any way we can increase temperature a little bit? Because
Increase the
everybody's
temperature?
cold, yeah.
Joe, is there any way to increase the temperature in the room? They said. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, we are ready if,
So
yep.
I'll go first. So thank you for your interest in serving on the Jackson Public School Board of Education. So we have read your letter of interest already, as well as the questions you answered on why you are seeking this appointment. So we're going to give you 10 minutes to respond to the following 3 questions. So if you could take a few minutes to introduce yourself and tell us how your background and experiences make you a good fit to serve on this Board of Education.
Yeah, my name is Keith Jacobs. I grew up in Tecumseh, Michigan. Went to college in Florida, Eastern Michigan, and then did some follow-up education at a private school for writers. I'm a published author. I have a screenplay that's won 15 awards. I own my own business where I'm developing a phone app game that's educational in nature. It's called Questions, where the players asked a series of questions to earn coins to drive the economy of the game. Basically, I've spent most of my life just trying to make an impact positively. I've served as various roles in my Masonic Lodge. I've worked as a union rep at Ford Motor Company. I'm fairly familiar with the business side and the representation side of helping people, and usually helping people when they need it the most. And I have a fairly good grasp of like calculus level math, and like the people that were here talking are experts in it and I'm not, but I would at least be able to like double check their work and see that they're not deliberately hiding things from the board. So I think that's pretty much sums up that question.
Super, thank you. So Derek, this would be your, and you're doing number 2.
Yep. Thank you, Keith. And that's a great diversity of backgrounds. Interesting what the screenplay is about, but based on the questions that the board has read and reviewed, are there any clarifying questions for the candidate from the board?
Yes, one, you do live in the district, though. I heard Tecumseh in Florida and different
Yeah,
places.
I live over on by Stonewall, pretty close to Parkside.
Thank you.
So
other questions? Oh, do you want to?
I was gonna ask one of these.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Okay. What do you see as the primary roles and responsibilities of a board member?
Of a board member? Well, I kind of look at it in terms of a business because that's part of my background. And board members, I think, would be responsible for making sure that the right decisions are made and giving the best opportunity to the administrators so that they can help the teachers. And the product of the business is a well-educated society. So ultimately, the board is responsible for making sure that the students have the best possible outcome.
Keith, what, to clarify question 4, you'd be willing to run for election in November? It looked like you said next November. Looked like you said maybe so long as if the people thought you were doing a good job. What sort of criteria would you put upon yourself to make that decision?
Well, basically, if I've made the school board system better than before I got into it, I mean, anyone can sit and like argue and cause issues and ask questions and whatnot, but to actually move the school board forward and like invest the right things in the right places to make the biggest impact on the students, because ultimately the school board works for the students. And if the parents aren't happy, then I would have assumed that would be like the biggest shortfall. And if I make things better, then the students will have a better opportunity to go to higher colleges and go into higher paying jobs and maybe even bring some of the achievements back into Jackson to make the entire city of Jackson better as a result too. And that would be the metric that I would base it on.
We ready for the third question on this
Yes.
page?
Trustee Sharp, can you ask the third
Yep.
question, please?
Yes. As we prepare to make our final decision, would you like to ask us any questions or leave us with any closing remarks?
Well, my only closing remark is I care about the district of Jackson because my 2 kids go to it, and I'll be involved regardless. So whether I end up being involved as a board member or as a parent, it's not like I'm really going to go away. So that's my closing statement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Vice President, without objection from the board, maybe just for cadence, if you could ask the first question just to kind of open it up, and then also ask the last question, and then maybe the second question, you just kind of open it up for any of us to ask anything. I'd be fine with that.
I like the idea of us doing round robin, like we
We all have
suggested.
the ability to ask.
So what am I doing? So I'm going to read the top.
Yeah, okay, well,
And then
We should round robin it.
Just to clarify, I thought Trustee Sharp's question was specific to the question 5 about the board role. It's important that we don't present new questions that we're not going to be consistent in all candidates. But I thought your follow-up question was specific to question 5, like, because you asked his contributions as a board member. Yes, I think you did. If I'm not sure what you're showing me there, but like the answers to his questions.
Based on the questions that the board has read and reviewed, are there any clarifying questions? And then there were some examples.
Yeah.
So I
Okay, I'm just making sure we're all on the same page.
trying to follow the flow.
All right,
but it
very
might be
good.
wrong.
No, I took it as you did it right. I'm just making that connection.
my only suggestion was to have you open up and then us to ask, whatever other
Yeah,
follow-up
I think we
questions.
said no to that. Yep.
Okay.
So now it's the round robin. Who is it? So it would be your turn now, Suba, to ask a question. And I think a couple of us said no.
Decision of the chair.
I'm good with it.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm not, for the record, since we're taking a vote.
Are we voting? Do we have a motion, or what am I doing? Am I voting? Just go, just go ahead. Do I have to vote on this? No? No? Okay. Okay. Thank you for your interest in serving on the Jackson Public School Board of Education. So we've read your letter of interest as well as the questions you answered on why you are seeking this appointment. At this time, you'll have 10 minutes to respond to the following 3 questions. So number 1, please take a few minutes to introduce yourself and tell us how your background and experiences make you a good fit to serve on this Board of Education.
Well, good evening. Feels good to be back in this room again. Been a while. My name is Joel Shaner, and I am a retired educator. My wife and I live about 3 blocks that way, and you might see me walking around the neighborhoods, getting my exercise in or breaking my leaves like everyone else does. I've had 41 years in education, and prior to that, many more years as a volunteer, and work with several nonprofits in the state and in local national communities. I'm very interested in education and what young people do and what we're doing for our community. My background is in education. Both of my parents were educators. My sister's an educator. I have many aunts and uncles that have been many roles in school boards and superintendents and principals and teachers. And so education, well, our life calendar is built on a school calendar. You'll know what I mean by taking vacations, right? Yeah, okay. My background, I think, also is somewhat to do with, as you sat through the last couple presentations here in construction, I've been a part of several construction projects and renovation projects in schools. I was a part of the big construction project at East Jackson before I left there, the auditorium, the music rooms, and the new gymnasium, the movement of the football field over there. I came over to Jackson High with a $25 million renovation back in 2000 and was a part of that team with Tom Stobie and Mr. Holman, and have been a part of renovations here at the high school all the way through my last tenure. It was interesting to hear the project managers talk about these schools. As a part of my additional career as a musician and adjudicator and clinician, I'm in a lot of schools. I've been in Avondale. I've been in Paw Paw 2 weeks ago. I was in, what was the one he said over in the east side that just had Lake Orion and Oxford, Dearborn as well. So I've been in these schools, and I see the way schools spend their money and how they treat their kids. And I have a lot of great ideas, I think, based on what I get to see as an adjudicator, as a clinician. I've seen some wonderful schools in our state. Other than that, I think I'm a good person and a good fit for the role here on the school board. And I think it's time for me to get back and be involved. My dad told me years and years and years ago that there's only one way to fix a problem, and that's to get involved. And I can't sit in the side and complain or talk about what's happening without being responsible and being held accountable for my views and what we do to spend our money. I told you I live 3 blocks over there, our money on our community and our schools.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Happy to open up the rest of the questions and appreciate your service to JPS. My my family is in education too, and my sister's in band particularly. I'll save you the question of do we need an owner's rep, but speaking back to your application about running next year, we do have some folks that have previously run before. You didn't because I think you retired in 2023, right?
Yes.
Would you, similar question, run for this seat next year with the plan of whether or not appointed or not?
It is my intent, yes, that I would run,
Okay.
whether I would be appointed to this position or not.
Okay.
You laugh about the idea of project manager. My second son, all three of my kids, by the way, graduated from this school and program. My second son is an assistant project manager and construction manager in a very, very large project in Milwaukee, renovating St. Francis Seminary and schools there. He's been doing that for, wow, almost 15, 16 years now, first in New Orleans and now in Milwaukee. So all the stuff you all were talking about is very familiar. And I see it from his point of view as opposed to from the owner's point of view as well. Very interesting.
What do you see as the primary roles and responsibilities of a board member?
Primary roles. Well, primary roles is to represent our community and the families and students that come to our schools. That's I believe, our primary role. The idea of leadership is a vague one. Leadership, I think, comes from our superintendent. We're giving our superintendent the responsibility to lead our schools. We're there to advise and to help out. That's my perception. Through a couple of years of attending board meetings and make presentations, I make presentations to you as a teacher. You decide whether it's valuable enough to move forward. As a board member, it's an interesting reversal for me, where I would be doing a lot more listening than I ever did before. Those of you that know me and may listen to my presentations, I have a tendency to talk a lot. And I need to learn to listen just as much. And I think that's what I can offer. I will listen a lot and offer an opinion when requested.
Anyone else? As we prepare to make our final decision, would you like to ask us any questions or leave us with any closing remarks?
I don't have any questions, I don't believe. I think that's another benefit I have of being in education and being here presenting before the board many, many different times. I think I understand your position. I think I understand the role of the board at this point. Although there always are wonderful challenges to be a part of it. For me, myself, I think this is the next really good step in my professional and personal career, and a way to give back in some way that I feel comfortable with in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, it's already on.
Hi.
Hi.
So thank you for your interest in serving on the Jackson Public School Boards of Education. So we've read your letter of interest as well as the questions you answered on why you're seeking this appointment. At this time, you will have 10 minutes to respond to the following 3 questions. So number 1, please take a few minutes to introduce yourself and tell us how your background and experiences make you a good fit to serve on this Board of Education.
Okay. Excuse me. My name is Jocelyn Cotton, and I'm an alumni of Jackson High School. I have a son that's also alumni, and I have 2 grandsons that are in the school district and a granddaughter that's in Michigan Center. And I've always had an interest in being with this school board, but I was a single parent most of my life, all my life really. And I just didn't have enough time because I put a lot of emphasis in my son, making sure that he was doing what he wanted to do. He was all into sports and different things. So he came first for me. And so then when my grandkids came along, then being involved with them a lot, and people will see me with them all the time because they're with me all the time. And I value that. And so I'm really heavy into their education, what they're doing in their schools. And so that's keeping me involved, not only with just athletics, academics, the things that they're learning. I'm finding out both of my grandsons are at Parkside, and I'm learning a lot about what they're learning because they come to me, we look at their homework and we look at their grades every day. Their dad does very much so. So they're straight A students, both of them. One's in 6th grade and one's in 8th. And so it's very interesting and very, very hands-on to know what they're learning. Some of the things they're learning, I'm like, I didn't learn this when I was in school. I mean, it's really some of the stuff that they're doing. And it's really impressive to know what they're learning. Just today, my younger grandson came to me because he had said something, and the slang words that they're using nowadays, it's not like what we used to use, cool and jive and all that stuff. So the things that they're saying, I have to ask him, what does this mean? What is the interpretation of it? So he had said something that another student didn't appreciate because what he was asking, if you like somebody, or you dating somebody. I said, you're 11 years old, where are you gonna date? You can't even walk across the street by yourself. So, but like I said, I am, and that gives background showing that I am really involved with them. And I appreciate, and being running for the board a few years ago, that gave me a lot of insight on what actually entails. It was really a learning experience for me. And even being on the committees, I've learned a lot, especially with the bond committee. I would have never had any idea about what it all entails until I was involved in the bond. So I appreciate that because it's educational for me.
Thank you.
Hi, Jocelyn.
Hi.
First, I just want to, I asked administration of these candidates who participated on the bond committee. So first, I want to thank you for participating on the bond committee and helping us pass that. Same question that I've asked others. You've actually run for office before. If you are appointed, would you run for office next year? If not, would you also consider running for office next year as well?
It has been on the forefront of my mind to run again because, like I said, I know what I need to do a little bit better for my campaigning. So with that, for my first campaigning, I was kind of like fish out of water, just feeling my way through and getting different answers from different people.
Been there.
So I know what I can do better. So my interest is definitely still there. And this part, when this came up, I was like, well, this still gives me a chance, you know. So even if I don't make it at this point, I still may consider for sure.
Jocelyn, nice to see you again.
You
I know
too,
I've
Sue.
seen you a million times in the last few
Yes.
years,
Good to see you.
including when I ran with you during November elections a year ago. And I know you gave me a name walking billboard. I still remember that. But
I did.
I want to know, how will you advocate for the belief that all students can learn, taking into account the district's assortment of backgrounds and socio-economic circumstances?
Well, I think all kids should be treated equally, for sure. Give them an opportunity to learn and find where their, what's the right word I want to say? Find where that they need help in and get the right people in place for that. Just don't push a kid along just because, social norm. They need to be able to learn. They need to be recognized where their barriers are. And that's what I like to see too, is for the educators to really take charge of looking at what that child needs and not just push them to the side or push them along. Because I know I can say that my son was kind of pushed along because he was very popular. And it was like, oh, we can't, hold him back because, he's with this group of kids, he'll learn. But I learned that I should have just been a bigger advocate and said, no, this will help him if we just make sure we concentrate on where his barriers are, not just keeping him in that norm group.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. So question 3, as we prepare to make our final decision, would you like to ask us any questions or leave us with any closing remarks?
I don't know of any questions at the time, but my closing remarks is that if I am chosen for the board, you will find that I'm committed, that I definitely have pride for the Jackson Public School System, and what I like to see is positive outcomes. I recognize the more calmness in the board situation, and that's what I like. I don't like a lot of conflict and stuff, but I know that there can be conflict because everybody doesn't all think alike. Everybody has their own opinions, but when you come to that happy median and come to that positive outcome, that's the biggest thing, making sure we have that positive outcome for the kids, for the district.
Thank you so much, Jocelyn.
Thank you. That's it? Thank you.
So Jeremy, before we move on to the next one, can you clarify this whole question asking thing? Because are we supposed to be asking every candidate the same question? And I'm confused now.
Yes. So question 2 was, is there something you want to dig in deeper based off their written responses? So if they said something and you're like, and you have a question about what they said in writing, then that's the opportunity to clarify.
So I understand that.
Okay.
But these other 5 questions that both Elena and Suba have asked from this list, we didn't ask everyone the same question. That's what I'm asking about.
I would assume that those were clarifying questions from those 2 based on their reading of their written responses.
So, yeah, I would disregard that. Sarah did add those questions, but that wasn't the intent of the 3 questions that we were going to ask today. Yeah, as long as we're consistent is the key, that we don't ask brand new questions, but rather follow-up questions to the questions we've already answered. That's the key. Yeah.
So thank you for your interest in serving on the Jackson Public Schools Board of Education. We have read your letter of interest as well as the questions you answered on why you are seeking this appointment. At this time, you will have 10 minutes to respond to the following 3 questions. So number 1, please take a few minutes to introduce yourself and tell us how your background and experiences make you a good fit to serve on this Board of Education.
Good evening, Board. My name is Chris Davis. I am a lifelong Jackson resident. I'm an alum of Jackson Public Schools, proud of being from Amy Firth, Tomlinson, and then T.A. Wilson. I currently have 2 boys that attend JPS over at Hunt Elementary, and I am a former candidate for the board. I ran in 2024, and out of 10 candidates on that ballot, I was placed number 4th, just a little less than a couple hundred votes away from getting a seat over there. I've been working in this past year with the bond campaign, 2025 bond, and successful in getting $126 million for the district. I also bring a unique, well-rounded perspective as the JPS alum from the alternative education, a parent of children currently enrolled, and an active advocate for special education and meaningful parent engagement. I am encouraged by the course correction that we have seen under Superintendent Jeremy Patterson's leadership, but we have more work to do, and I'm committed to getting us to that place.
Great, thank you.
Hi, Chris.
Hello.
You got a woot woot in the back from some folks back there.
All right,
Just
cool.
letting you know, there's some in the back. And I want to start by thanking you for your work on the bond. One of the things that I see as expressing being all in for JPS, whether you ran for office prior or not, is participating in the bond campaign. And so I want to first thank you for that because of the work that you did on that. My clarifying question, I know it was on the questionnaire, if you'd be willing to run for election in November. You answered yes. My clarifying question would be, would you continue to say yes if appointed? And if not appointed, would you also say yes, appointed or not appointed? Does that make a difference?
So the question, if I'm understanding, is if I'm appointed, would I run in 2026? And if I'm not appointed, would I run in 2026? Yes, I'm all in for JPS.
Cool, thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a clarifying question. Based on your answers to the interview questions that we sent out for you. So one of the questions I think you must have answered was, how does the district's identity inspire your desire to serve on this board? In clarifying that question, my question is, I've seen you in board meetings since you ran and lost in 23, was it? And yet it still seems like you have been committed, as you've already mentioned, to JPS. Just clarify the district's identity that kind of inspired that continual support of our district.
Well, I think, so I ran in 2024, but I think it was late 2023 when I first started getting involved. And I started getting involved really because of my children being in the district and seeing some of the great things that JPS was doing and some of the things that we were offering. I just had a conversation with someone that JPS has a great partnership with the Jackson Rec, and that's kind of a unique aspect that most school districts doesn't have. So the fact that JPS is thinking ahead and trying to really attract the community to be all in for JPS is something that I was able to admire and buy into myself.
Thank you.
Yep.
questions? Okay. So number 3, as we prepare to make our final decision, would you like to ask us any questions or leave us with any closing remarks?
I don't think I have any questions. I think I would just close with just reaffirming that my commitment to JPS has never depended on holding a title or a seat. I actively show up. I've probably only missed 1 or 2 board meetings this entire year, and probably in the last 2 years, honestly. Um, I'm grounded in the work that I'm doing. I've showed up, I've listened to the board, to the parents, to the community, and I advocate for what I hear we can do better. And a lot of times, I've had a lot of one-on-one conversations with you guys as trying to advocate for those needs.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Good evening.
good evening.
Thank you for your interest in serving on the Jackson Public Schools Board of Education. We have read your letter of interest as well as the questions you answered on why you are seeking this appointment. So right now, you're going to have 10 minutes to respond to the following 3 questions. So I'll read number 1. Please take a few minutes to introduce yourself and tell us how your background and experiences make you a good fit to serve on this Board of Education.
Well, you know, every morning when I bring my youngest daughter to school, I come around the back way and I read the mission statement of JPS. And that part about equipping children to be lifelong learners always hits me. And when I see these kids walking to school from very many different areas, coming in with some of them with their sports car, and they're all variety of kids. And what I wish for them is for them to have an experience at this school and all of the JPS schools that instill that in them, that they are lifelong learners, that they have a passion and a deep-rooted desire to learn. That's what I feel I would instill in all of you, that I would want to collaborate with you in seeing that these kids that come to JPS have that mission brought forth, that each of the people that are the teachers, the everyone involved in these kids' lives have that mission, that we are equipping these kids to learn, to think, to be excited about thinking. And I'm a mother of 4. I'm a teacher. I have the experience of working with children. I have the experience of being a parent who brings their child to JPS and brought her children to JPS. I have had the experience of being with wonderful teachers at JPS and wonderful principals. And so all of that experience, I think, helps me bring fresh eyes. I'm not a political person. I wouldn't want to be on this to say I'm on the board of JPS. What I would want to do is represent the kids in this community.
Thank you.
Hi, Julie. I know you indicated that you'd be interested in running for the seat next year. My clarifying question is, does that apply if and only if you're appointed? If you're not appointed, would you also consider running? Have you, is there a difference between those two scenarios?
That's a good question. I did not think about, I've not, I don't have the, I've never had the ambition to run for the board until I got the email that said there was a vacancy. And then I started to think about it. And then I thought, you know what? I could serve a really good role on that board and I would enjoy it. And because I'm a lifelong learner, I would expect, and I would look forward to learning from all of you as well. And for that collaboration so that it, you are removed in a lot of ways from the kids, but the decisions that you make about these buildings, about this carpet, about this ceiling, affect those kids every day. And so there has to be a coherence and integration with what you do that seems very dry. It's not, you're not all enthusiastic all the time because there's just so much you have to do. But those kids are what your priority is. And so, okay, so I'm getting a little off track. But I did not think about it until I started to think about the vacancy and what I could do. And then I got excited, enthusiastic about it. And so I said, why not? Why not try it? So, now you've planted a seed. So, who knows? But we'll take it one step at a time. So we'll see.
So based on what we've read and what you've said so far, would you describe what you see as the primary roles and responsibilities of a board member are?
Well, can you repeat that?
The primary roles and responsibilities of a board member. What do you see those being, in your opinion?
Good listening skills, always putting the priority of that mission first so that we are always thinking about those kids and education. That's what we're here to do. And so I would want to be very cognizant of that. And I would want to instill all of that in all of us, right? I would say that my role would be one of great responsibility for the future of Jackson. Because these kids are, they're of course going to grow and move, but we would like them to be strong leaders in our community. So I would want to make sure my role would be to be a good ambassador to the Jackson community as a board member of JPS. But it would always come down to decisions that are made for the best of the education and the welfare of these kids. As you all know, these kids face a lot right now. This is a crazy time. They've had COVID, they've had so much stress, and we all do. But these kids need to be prioritized. And so my role would be always prioritize, integrate the responsibility of being a board member to the children and their education. You're welcome.
As we prepare to make our final decision, would you like to ask us any questions or leave us with any closing remarks?
I would like to know what you're looking for in a new board member. Maybe just a one word: integrity, honesty, commitment. What do you feel that is an important thing for a board member?
I think working together.
Collaboration.
Collaboration.
I am looking for someone who knows that they want to run, because truly that process starts in less than 6 months and it's not very much time. It takes a lot to get a board member on board, and it takes a lot for a new person to feel like they know what they're doing. So it's a pretty short time frame, and I am looking for someone who definitely knows that they want to continue to be here.
I'd like to see someone choose to run for the school board who, in this role as an appointee or, otherwise, who is aware of the makeup of our district and understands that not every child needs the same things. And then a person who understands that, one, they may not fully understand because they don't have the lived experience, but they'd be willing to attempt to understand and or listen to voices that are different than theirs and experiences that are different than theirs, and believe those voices and experiences, and then work to solve the issues that those voices and experiences have that are separate based on what those voices and experiences say they need as their solution. So somebody like that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just add, I like all in for JPS because there's so much and there's so many different things that are needed. And I think teachers understand that there's not one thing that they need. They need a lot. And so all in for JPS. Thank you.
I appreciate your answers. Thank you. And I just appreciate the opportunity. Everything is learning, and so tonight has been learning for me. And I appreciate the opportunity, and I appreciate the job that you do. It's an important thing, and I have benefited from JPS. My family has benefited from JPS, and I am committed to being a good supporter of the school regardless.
Thank you, Julie.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for your interest in serving on the Jackson Public Schools Board of Education. We've read your letter of interest, as well as the questions you answered on why you are seeking this appointment. So at this time, you will have 10 minutes to respond to the following 3 questions. So the first one, please take a few minutes to introduce yourself and tell us how your background and experiences make you a good fit to serve on this Board of Education.
Thank you for that question. Well, my name is Tabitha Williams. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to be here with you. I'm very excited, so if I get a little shaky, it's just excitement at the opportunity. I am the Associate Director of Annual Giving and Community Service Labor Liaison with United Way for South Central Michigan. I am a parent of 3 JPS students. I bring a combination of long-term leadership experience, financial and strategic expertise, and most importantly, the lived experience of a JPS alumni and now a JPS parent. Professionally, I've spent over 20 years in leadership. I have over 2 decades worth of property management for a hotel that grossed over $2.3 million a year. I am a previous board member of Experience Jackson. I was a member of that board for over 20 years as well. I served as the board chair as well as a treasurer throughout my time on the board. I've participated with extensive strategic planning initiatives through Experience Jackson, Huron Valley Area Labor Federation, and the United Way. These efforts have required aligning diverse interests and building consensus and developing long-term strategies that balance organizational goals and with community impact. In addition to my previous experience, I did participate in the 2025 bond planning and advocacy efforts. Um, Through being a parent, I volunteer regularly at school events, as well as being a previous candidate for the 2024 Jackson Public School Board of Education seat that was open. During that, I did interview and was one of the only candidate here this evening to receive the endorsement of the Jackson Education Association, which was a huge honor. In receiving that, I feel as if the teachers were really putting a great deal of faith in the fact that I would listen, collaborate, and respect their work and be able to advocate for public education. Along with that, now for this vacancy, I'm proud to count the endorsement of President Hunt to fill her seat. In having conversation, I think President Hunt was able to see the drive that I have for our community, for our kids. I don't look at this board opportunity as being a short-term opportunity. I feel like the district is at a very pivotal moment where you're coming out of partnership, you're planning for the bond, and I think there's really exciting things that are happening. And I would really appreciate the opportunity to have a seat at the table and be a voice for some of our parents. I experience everyday realities that families face being a parent. I have a child that has an IEP. I know what it's like to navigate those educational meetings. I have a child that has chosen an alternative route to her education with attending SCMV. Thank you, JPS, for providing that opportunity because that's something that's been beneficial for our families. So I think along with my professional experience that there's a lot of experience as a parent that I have. All the way down to at 7 o'clock this morning, I got a call from JPS saying my kid's bus is going to be 20 minutes late. The bus should have been there at 7:36. So in that, I'm afforded the luxury of being able to be flexible and take my kids to school. I'm also in the know enough to know that that wasn't the bus driver's fault. I'm not going to be the screaming parent either. So I would really like to be the bridge because I see things from both perspectives. I know what frustration looks like, but I also know we have a lot of parents that are currently frustrated and they're not necessarily aware of the supports that are around for them. I think a lot of our parents are a little disengaged because they're uncomfortable with uncomfortable conversations or they're intimidated by, administrators or teachers, or maybe they feel like they're not educated enough to be able to advocate for their children and be boisterous with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You sound excited. Take a breath. So my clarifying question, I went to your letter of interest. Somewhere on here at the end, it talks about, yes, running. You've ran before, and first I went through and asked administration of the applicants who went above and beyond and supported the bond and was part of the committee. So thank you for your service on the bond committee, first and foremost. Clarifying question, you've run before also, and there's a public vetting process that goes through that. To clarify on question 4 about running for election next November, if you are appointed, would you run? And also, if not appointed, would you also run, kind of as a clarifying to that question?
Thank you for the question. It's a yes straight across the board. Again, I have a senior that graduates this year. I have twins that just entered the 6th grade. And beyond that, I'm a homeowner in Jackson County. My life is here. I've not lived anyplace else. This is what I know. This is where we've chosen to continue raising our family. So this isn't really like I woke up this morning with a brilliant idea and I think I'm going to run for the school board. I think I've made, my presence kind of known in bugging some of the admins. Some of the community work that I do puts me in spaces that I'm able to locate resources. And I've been very intentional with the way that I share that with admins and some of our staff, as far as putting 211 cards in teachers' hands to where they know that the children are struggling, they can maybe try to have a conversation with a parent. There are lots of grant dollars that flow through Jackson County, one of them most recently being the opportunity to get support with driver's training. Some of those things, driver's training for underserved students. So as I learn about those opportunities, I bring those opportunities right back home to help support our kids. So whether I receive the opportunity to serve tonight, I'm still going to be here. You guys are still stuck with me. I'm still going to show up.
Last question. As we prepare to make our final decision, would you like to ask us any questions or leave us with any closing remarks?
Yes. I think one of the things that I ran on back in 2014 when I ran for a board seat was that I wanted to be transparent. I wanted to be able to work through what then seemed like a difficult time with the board. I don't necessarily feel like, times of difficulty are no longer on the forefront. I feel like, with the bond and just the state of our world right now, there's a lot of turmoil that we'll continue to have to navigate. So in that, I see the great work that the board has done, and I commend you all for working together in the capacity you've been able to work together. I'm very, very interested and just really feel like I could be a strong voice, not just for parents and students and teachers, but you know, uh, a a voice of how do we navigate when we don't agree? What are the other options? What can we think of that isn't necessarily in the box or on the table? Um, that's my time.
Thank you, Tabitha.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Good evening. Thank you for your interest in serving on the Jackson Public Schools Board of Education. So we've read your letter of interest, as well as the questions you answered on why you are seeking this appointment. So at this time, you'll have 10 minutes to respond to the following 3 questions. So number 1, so please take a few minutes to introduce yourself and tell us how your background and experiences make you a good fit to serve on this Board of Education.
Sure, thank you. My name is Lauren Zessin. I am educated to be a teacher. I actually student taught here in 2009. Went to Albion College, studied secondary education, English, and psychology. Really enjoyed my time here at Jackson High School. I feel like it's a very unique place in mid-Michigan. I'm from Metro Detroit myself, so a little bit of a different mix of people, a different community than I grew up in, but I've grown to really love it. My daughter is 13, so now it's home. We've lived here for almost 14 years now, and I love the community. Definitely involved in some different things around Jackson. Have 4 kids, and they're all JPS students. My youngest will be in kindergarten next year. Currently, they go to Sharp Park, except for our youngest who will be there next year, and I serve on the PTO board there as secretary and have for the last several years. Definitely just love being part of our community and help causes that are positive and help Jackson move in a really good direction overall. Love to see it be a place where people really enjoy living, where people want to work, and who would like to stay and come back to.
Thank you.
Hi, Lauren.
Hi.
First, I want to thank you for your service on the PTO. The work that we do here is not only driven by our educators and teachers, but by the parents that step up and contribute to making our schools a success. So thank you for that. My clarifying question, you said on your questionnaire that you would be excited to run for election next November. My clarifying question is, would you make that commitment if you were appointed? Would you run? And if you were not selected tonight, would you still also consider running?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thank you. I've actually been interested for the last several years. Have always had an interest in leadership opportunities. I didn't mention before, but I've worked as a development director, raising money for student scholarships at Jackson School of the Arts. So youth and development and community have always been core values of mine. So I would definitely be committed to running again during the election cycle. I view this as a good opportunity to become acquainted with questions and the board functions as a whole, getting to know more stakeholders, community members, et cetera. But definitely would look forward to the opportunity in the future and then again in the next cycle, if not selected tonight.
Another follow-up question. Hi. Can you tell us what you think your primary roles and responsibilities as a board member would be, or what you see those to be in your position?
Sure. So I would envision that being overarching vision for the district as we move forward. Obviously, getting to know community members, their wishes, their needs, their concerns. One thing that I see as a pattern over the years that our kids have been in JPS and then just being involved as a parent and community member is the equity piece. So working as a positive person in that role and working hard to ensure that student needs are met, that there are less potential barriers to education within that realm, and working hard to make it so that JPS and Jackson High School, all the elementary schools and middle school, are desirable around the county and statewide, that we're meeting all of the standards. So doing what I can with a firm commitment to work toward achieving quality education and maintaining that quality for years to come. I think we're headed in an excellent direction with the passage of the bond. And I just love for that momentum to keep going. I feel really positive as a parent and community member when I hear things like the Innovation Center, where students can come and learn in ways that are going to benefit them going forward. So even if they're not headed toward college, maybe they're going to a trade, or maybe they are, skilled and talented in ways that are going to be ones that can only benefit from future improvements here. So my role would be a positive one, helping to ensure that student needs are met, that we're achieving excellence, and just doing what I can to contribute to that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Third question. As we prepare to make our final decision, would you like to ask us any questions or leave us with any closing remarks?
Sure. So not necessarily questions, but just closing remarks would be, thank you for the opportunity. I was excited when I saw it come open, and again, just viewed it as an opportunity to sort of pursue something that I've been interested in over the years. I really like Jackson. I feel like, it's a good place to be. I love being involved with the schools. I view it as such a great opportunity to really do something important in our community. I view, there's not many causes greater than making sure that our kids are well prepared for their future and are receiving a really solid foundation. So thank you for the opportunity, and I'm grateful to keep being a supporter and a Viking either way. So thank you.
Thank you, Lauren.
Please raise your right hand.
Good evening. So thank you for your interest in serving on the Jackson Public Schools Board of Education.
Thank you.
We have read your letter of interest as well as the questions you answered on why you are seeking this appointment. At this time, you'll have 10 minutes to respond to the following 3 questions. So question number 1, please take a few minutes to introduce yourself and tell us how your background and experiences make you a good fit to serve on this Board of Education.
Oh, okay. I'm Christopher Locke. I went to this school. It is a place I love. It was probably my favorite time of life because I came in as this nobody 9th grader and built up into being on I was the captain of the tech crew, and I was the president of the drama club, and band, all that stuff I threw in there. So this is a very special place. And by the way, notice it's not an academic thing, though I love my academics here. It's all the extra stuff. So I'm very excited to feel the energy going on this year, that it feels like there's a good focus with Monica and Jeremy on all the stuff outside the class, which I feel is so important. I think you can do both. As I'm a public school teacher, I'm not right now. My dad is 95, and I'm living at home with him to help him out, and it's a wonderful chapter. And I'm probably retired, but I taught here in the basement down there at Pathways. I was the entire English department, your 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th, and 12th grade. And then I would leave and I'd go over to T.A. Wilson, and then I taught all those classes. So that was 9 preps every day. And then we had COVID, and then we had to do everything 3 different ways. And I had 18 hours of live direct instruction that had to be recorded each week. And so people are like, oh, well, why did you retire? And I'm like, it was an intense 2 years, and I was pretty much done. But also, I had suggested to Jeff some ways of doing the English classes that we were doing maybe in a better way for the kids' interest. And I don't think he ever looked at it. And I also had another suggestion on after-school activities, and I don't think he ever looked at that. So I kind of felt like, well, I'm big on doing stuff. And since he just wants me to do all these classes nonstop, it's just going to burn me out, and there's nothing that I can do about this and control it. So I'll just step away. I don't have to do this. So I come to you as a teacher. And so I kind of know education from my entire life. I've been teaching since 1989. I taught in California. I taught in South Central Los Angeles, which were the greatest classes I have ever had in the inner city. If you do your job, you will be the most interesting thing in those kids' life. And the endless reward was very hard to leave. So I guess to wrap up that little intro, I also ran off to the Frank Lloyd Wright School of Architecture and got a Master's of Architecture degree, which is married to my UCLA urban planning degree, because I'm fascinated with cities and, as an educator, how schools fit into cities, and people decide if they're going to move into a city based on the schools. But I also just love construction. So not that I'm a contractor or anything, but I have a great interest in building design, which might be of use since we're doing a lot of that. I talked to Jeremy just a couple months ago, and thank God that bond got through. I was so happy. I was a little worried. I volunteer as I and another person are the Democratic canvassers for the county. We're teamed with 2 Republicans. We make sure everything's fair. And I was getting a little nervous that night, but then it cleared through, so we did it. And I'm very pleased that there's opportunity to do things. So yes, I have many interests. I love teaching. I probably come at it as an unusual person because I don't have students, I don't have kids in the schools. I come to it as a person with a lot of background in how education works, and especially how this wonderful school works. And I'm very excited to be a part of what I feel is the right priorities going on.
Thank you.
Hi, Chris.
Hello, Derek.
Hi. Thanks for applying. I read through your questionnaire, and one of my clarifying questions as a follow-up would be, we asked if folks would be willing to run for election next November. Does it, in your mind, make a difference if you're appointed tonight? Would you consider running next year? And also, if you weren't appointed tonight, would you also consider running next year?
I definitely, if I was appointed, it's a great, I think that the reason why so many jumped at this, a 1-year bite-size trial period to see if it's a good fit. If it's not a good fit, you know, I doubt that would happen. But so I say, yeah, I get to try this out, and I'm kind of thinking if it's a good fit, you bet I would go to it. But if it's not, so to me, everything, just like kids, it's all contextual. It depends on the kid. It depends on this time. And I have a feeling, because I know some of the people, I have a feeling it'll be pretty great.
And a follow-up for that, I was following some of your comments here and reading through your stuff. You're back here as a caretaker for your dad. Are you you're a resident here, a registered voter, so you would be qualified to run?
Oh yeah, I've been here for 5 years,
Okay.
6 years, and I used to be up in Charlevoix a lot, and always thought, oh, I'll eventually go up there. But that place is kind of empty half the year, and it's awfully cold. And I don't know, Jackson has its spell. You know, you think, I'm just coming back to Jackson for a little while, and then you stay longer and longer, and after a while, you're like, I don't know, maybe this is it, you know, so.
So I have a follow-up clarifying question is, as far as your retirement goes, so did you, because I don't know you, did you retire from JPS, and when did you retire?
Well, I didn't really retire because I was only here for 2 years. To me, if you retire from a place, you've been there longer. No, I fulfilled my contract, and then at the end of the year, you know, I said, I think we're done. I might add, they went through, because they weren't changing anything, the next year they went through 3 or 4 people. And that didn't work out well. And then they got another person in the position. And because they weren't changing the program, that person didn't have any background in education. And then that person at the end of the year was fired. And now they've got somebody that must love it, but they've altered the program so it's much more sustainable now.
So maybe I can ask the question differently. How long has it been since you worked for JPS?
3 years, 4 years, 3 years. Yeah. By the way, though, it's not like I knew tons of things about it. I was down there morning, noon, and night till like 10 or 11. So I wasn't up here hanging out with all the other teachers. So I don't know the scuttlebutt. You guys can fill me in on that.
Question number 3, as we prepare to make our final decision, would you like to ask us any questions or leave us with any closing remarks?
As far as any questions that would come if I am in the role, I am a big believer in opening up, not coming in with an agenda. I will want to know, what do you want to do and how do we want to do it? And to me, how you do something is really the big thing, because how you do something is going to decide, will it happen or not? It's the same thing in a classroom, and it's the same thing with kids and all these situations and things. So the questions would come, and I would love to hear from the public and probably hang out in a coffee shop so that people who had some concerns feel like I'm listening. But also talking to teachers and also to the board and kind of getting my footing. But no, I'm pretty open-minded. And it's interesting just coming in and seeing this thing. I mean, I took contracts class for my architecture degree, but I would have to read all sorts of stuff just to know any idea of which direction to go, and probably talk to my architecture friends.
Super. Thank you, Christopher.
Thank you. All right. It doesn't go up.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for your interest in serving on the Jackson Public Schools Board of Education. So we've read your letter of interest as well as the questions you answered on why you are seeking this appointment. So at this time, you'll have 10 minutes to respond to the following 3 questions. So the first question is, if you could take a few minutes to introduce yourself and tell us how your background and experiences make you a good fit to serve on this Board of Education.
Sure. My name is Angeline Patton, formerly Angie Harris, 1987 graduate. Woohoo! Brave Vikings. I was born and raised in Jackson. I went to Jackson Community College right after high school. Then I ended up in Indiana University, where I pursued my bachelor's degree. And I worked at the university at the time I was doing my bachelor's. And then I moved back home because I miss Jackson so much and I miss my family. So I started working at MSU. I worked there for 23 years in education, working in financial aid and helping the students get rid of that financial barrier in order to proceed and be successful in college. And then one of my good friends recruited me to go to Western Michigan, go Broncos. And I'm currently working there as the compliance and training of financial aid. And I help the university with spending the $1 billion that they received a couple years ago and making sure we're in compliance when it comes to federal rules and regulations.
Thank you.
Hi, Angeline.
Hello.
And thank you for applying. A clarifying question from your questionnaire. You indicated that you would be willing to run for election next November when this seat is up. My question is, if you are appointed to the seat, would you run? And if not appointed, would you also run? Kind of as those two
Sure.
different scenarios.
The answer to your question is yes, I would run. If I was giving the seat today, I would continue to be on the board. If I was not, I don't believe in quitting. I believe that maybe it just wasn't time for me yet, and I would pursue it still.
I mean it this time. Okay, all right. Hi.
Hi.
Would you tell us what you see as the primary roles and responsibilities of a board member?
To be transparent, to be fair, to be an open line communication between the board, the administration, and staff, and to make sure that we're all in sequence and make sure we keep the public and the students first. You're welcome.
Third question. As we prepare to make our final decision, would you like to ask us any questions or leave us with any closing remarks?
Yes, if you don't mind. Where do you see your 3 to 5 year plan for this board, and how do you also how are you thinking about increasing the student population? Because I noticed in our district the student bodies have decreased, and is there any plans or strategic planning at play to get the enrollment up?
That's a great question. Thank you. So we're just exiting our 36-month partnership agreement where we didn't really focus on one school, but we focused on the district as a whole with 14 specific benchmarks from academic, non-academic, and other areas. And so we've seen a tremendous improvement, which we kind of disclosed earlier in this meeting. And we want to continue that work. So we're going to embark upon a strategic plan which seeks the input from the community and all stakeholders. So kind of transitioning from the plan that we currently had with the Michigan Department of Education and infusing it into our mission and vision statement. That's the work that we're going to begin and complete in 2026, in addition to our bond program of continuing to update and improve our facilities and programming. So that's the work that we've talked about at the board table, which the board has requested and secured, and the work that we're going to continue in 2026.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angeline.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Pardon me? So without any objection, I'd like to have a 10-minute recess and we can reconvene at 9. Does that sound good? So maybe it's more than 12 minutes. Okay. Order. We are now on number 6 of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Support.
Any deliberation? All those in favor, hearing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. Number 7, citizens requesting to address the board. We have one person, Chris Davis. You'll have 5 minutes to address the board.
Good evening, board. My name is Chris Davis. I wanted to come tonight to talk about a topic that has been a focus area for about a year now, and it's chronic absenteeism. And I wanted to talk about it because there seems to be a misunderstanding, not here at the table, but in the community, I think. When we talk about chronic absenteeism, we have to be honest about what it really is. And it's not a motivation problem or a discipline problem. A lot of times it's a support problem. Students aren't missing school because they simply don't care. They're missing school because they're dealing with anxiety or unmet learning needs, unstable housing, transportation barriers, and family responsibilities. And when anything can feel overwhelming, attendance is going to naturally drop. I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but if a student that goes to Jackson High School lives at the Interfaith Shelter, they don't qualify for JPS transportation. They have to walk here. Monday, when I took my kids to school, it was 5 degrees outside with a real feel of -8. And so when the Interfaith Shelter is only a half mile from here, 4 or 5 blocks, go ahead and walk that 4 or 5 blocks in -8-degree weather when you probably don't have the right resources to be out in that type of weather. So those are some of the barriers that needs to be addressed around chronic absenteeism, instead of just saying that it's the parents' fault or the kids are just undisciplined or anything like that. And I also just want to bring to your attention something I just learned this afternoon, that Allskate gives out free passes to kids in the community during holiday breaks, and they gave out passes to every district except for JPS. And when I questioned them on why they didn't give to JPS, they said there's a policy that prevents them from giving those passes to JPS students. So I would just encourage you guys to look into that, and maybe we can correct that in time for spring break so they can get some free passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Agenda item 8, there are no discussion items, so we will go down to agenda item 9, action items. 25, 26, 45. Do I have a motion to, what would I say? For the board vacancy appointment to approve.
Can you give an overview of how we're going to proceed with this?
Would you like to weigh in?
I mean, I think it's up to the board on how they'd like to. Procedurally, a motion can be made and seconded, and then debate would happen. If a motion were to be made on process or a candidate, that's, I believe, would be appropriate.
So would I have do I have a motion? Is there a motion?
I'll, yeah, there was something that was sent out. I mean, my opinion would be it's at the board's perspective on how we would want to fill the vacancy, which is a majority vote of the board. So I appreciate the, kind of laying this out. It feels a little bit clunky, but
So if I can just explain what was shared. So after interviewing 10 candidates, the board was recommended to have like a top three. Someone might say, I don't have a top three because I have a clear number one, and that's fine to say. And then the board will understand that, and everybody has an opportunity. Well, I have a top two, or I have a top three. So whatever discussion you want to share out so that the board understands what are the next steps. If everybody has a clear one, then they should say that. And if they don't, and they have a top three, then you can discuss strengths about why you rank the way that you rank. And then we could, talk about ultimately what you need is a majority. And if the board can come to a consensus on a majority to make a motion to support that candidate. So this says top three, but it's the board's, based on the interview process, if you want to do your top three, or if you just want to say, I don't have a top three, I have a top one or two. Yes, this is a discussion about your findings and rankings based on the interview. I don't think it's necessary to provide feedback on all 10 unless you do. That's why it was discussed to narrow it down to finalists.
Thank you.
And Sarah is going to tabulate everyone's responses? Is that?
it'll be for the record, yeah.
I'll start. I have a top one. I see this as though it's election day and I'm looking at a ballot and there are 10 candidates for one position and the directions say choose one. I choose Tabitha Williams.
Same here. I don't have top three. I got top one. Same. I known her, known her family, and I known her kids, and I seen her everywhere at JPS. So.
I'll share some of my thought process in this, and I think we had an incredible diversity of applications and differences of interests, and I'm excited to see that the posting also got some other people thinking about getting involved at JPS and contributing and exploring what that can look like. Because of the short nature of the posting and our need under our policy to fill it within 30 days, I kind of outlined some of my parameters considering this. One, a solid commitment to JPS, someone who's from Jackson, knows the community, went through JPS. If they have kids here that go to JPS, big points. Running for office before, I think, was one of my qualifications that I was looking for, because I believe they're, one, that's an expression of someone's commitment to the district and their foresight and already wanting to engage with the board in that capacity. And there is a public vetting process. Even if folks didn't get enough votes to win, they did go through a public vetting process there. I think that being emphatic about running again next year is important, and we were able to ask some questions of those candidates here tonight. Significant participation in the bond proposal, because we want to see folks that are all in for Jackson public schools, and that, there are folks that served on the committees here. And then I'll say, because of the tight time frame, I would value from the board's perspective of someone that has been there before and frankly is departing, listening to their feedback. There's one candidate here that expressed that having already gone through the process of being screened and endorsed in their candidacy by the Jackson Education Association and the teachers and educators that help us carry out our mission. Other things for diversity and the community engagement aspects and some of the things that they deal with. My top pick would be Tabitha. I have some other, seconds and stuff, but that's where I would probably head in my decision-making process.
So this was wow, what a wonderful list of candidates. Wow. My top pick would also be Tabitha Williams.
Ms. Hamilton, you're welcome to go first. All right. Ms. Tabitha would also be in my top 3. So for what it's worth, sounds like we're moving towards consensus. Tabitha's in my top 3.
Okay.
It's my mouth full of Jimmy John.
So my top 2 I'd have would be Miss Angeline Patton, just based on her diverse experiences that she's had in her work experience. Just so you know, I don't know her. I know they think that, all Black people know each other. We don't know each other. I've never met her. But the experiences that you shared based on the work that you've done, all the different places that you lived, there's something very beneficial to being in different communities, seeing what they do, and then being able to bring that information back versus kind of being in one space your entire life. You kind of get bottlenecked into that space and into those thought processes. So I appreciate the different places that you lived and the different experiences that you've been able to gain in those different places, and then your willingness to bring those things back to the community. Also, your follow-up question, I appreciated it. I like that you're thinking, how do we fix these things? How do we address these things? Let's not ignore them. Let's put them right in front of us and then address those issues. That, to me, says you have an analytical perspective, strategic mind. And in my opinion, when you're sitting at the board table, we don't need individuals who are, kind of just go along to get along. We don't need individuals who are afraid to look at the hard things and address those things. So I appreciated those questions that you had. So you'd be my top 1. And then Chris Davis would be my second choice. He ran in the last election. He was the 4th runner-up. And to me, in my perspective, the community chose Chris to be one of our board members. Not only that, he's been consistent in attending, the board meeting since then. I think he's shown by his consistency, his follow-up, his showing up to board meetings when he had absolutely no reason per se to, except for his interest and his commitment to JPS. I think that says a lot about him. Just the way of staying engaged. I mean, I don't know that I would be coming to board meetings if I was not a board member. Every month is a big commitment. So I highly value that from you. And I think the community should, and they did. So you'd be my second choice.
Do I have a motion to appoint Tabitha Williams effective immediately?
I make a motion that we appoint Tabitha Williams to the board vacancy.
Any deliberation? Oh, did we get a second? Sorry. There's no second. Deliberation? Hearing none, should we take?
Ms. Hamilton,
No.
Mrs. Simonetti,
Yes.
Mr. Reddy,
Yes.
Ms. Sharp,
Yes.
Mr. Dobies, Ms. Acton.
Yes. The next,
At this time, since we're effective
oh,
immediately.
okay.
At this time, because we are under a time crunch, I'm going to ask newly elected board member Tabitha Williams to step forward for the constitutional oath of office. We're going to swear you in today. All right. Please repeat after me. Raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this state, that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of the member of the Board of Education for Jackson Public Schools according to the best of my ability. Congratulations. Welcome aboard.
At this time, we're going to go down to action item 252646, and I'm turning this over to Mr. Patterson.
I would like to make a motion to approve the Neola updates as presented.
Second.
Deliberation? All those.
We've gone through these. Are you going through these again? Has anything changed?
No, nothing has changed. This is the second reading. I did make some updates. One of the updates was changing the date of the FAFSA will not go into play 2026. It will go into play for 2027. And there was also some clarity that was asked last month that regarding the opt-out, that there is some clearer language in there that suggests that has been clarified in that contract. And I also did receive back from the FAFSA challenge, and there's a grant to the order of amount of $254,174.85, just as an FYI. But there was nothing changed to any of the non-discrimination or other areas. That's just some of the discussion that we had from last month regarding the FAFSA challenge, and that's the update.
So I have some questions for you, Jeremy. I've had opportunity to thumb through most of these now. The FAFSA, hold on, let me find it. These got printed front and back, so it makes it difficult to find them. But give me a second, I will.
It's the first one on the agenda, if that's helpful, the electronic agenda.
I got them in the printout versions. I got a question about a few of them too. How many non-discrimination ones did we have? Did we canceled like 2 of them out? Do you remember, Jeremy?
I don't believe we canceled anything.
Is it okay if Jeremy answers?
I
Since
believe
I'm
that
asking
we've
him.
moved stuff around.
I believe there are 3 that we're bringing for approval today. So I don't remember the number that were canceled out, but I know that we have revised 3 that we're trying to approve today.
All right, I almost found it, I think. I did not find it. Okay, give me a second. I got the questions wrote down. For the graduation requirement, the funds there, and you might have answered this last time, but I'm gonna ask it again because I don't remember. The funds that are attached to this policy, how often are we getting those funds? Is that just a one-time thing?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So our getting the students to sign on, year after year after year is not tied to that money. It's just once we pass this policy, then therefore they'll give us the money?
That's correct.
Okay. And I can't find the policy in front of me. I don't know why. I did have it here, but the opt-out language, I did read it. Do you mind just going through that again? Not again, but going through that a little bit more detail, what the opt-out options are?
Yes. So number one says, after all good faith effort, the student's parent or legal guardian refuses to sign the parent waiver, is unresponsive, or cannot sign the waiver, would afford the district to help the student opt out. The student is unable to complete the FAFSA as an independent student, allows for a student opt out. The student agrees to opt out of completing the FAFSA or other than the requirements in subsection 2, the student is on track to graduate. Currently, I believe the number was like 85% of our students last year completed the FAFSA, and part of these resources will be to secure a college and career access person to support our students and families that are interested in participating.
So thank you for that. So in no way is there a student, in no circumstance will any of our students not graduate based on not filling these documents out because these opt out or opt whatever, these protections are in place.
That's correct.
So in any circumstance, and I know some of them were based on age. If they're underage, under 18 years old, we still have options for them. Their parents are not available. They're under 17 or they're under 18. We still have an opt-out.
That's
form.
correct.
What was that one?
Just that would be good faith effort.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I can be comfortable with that one because of the opt-outs. Now, this policy is not and I don't have it in front of me. I don't know why I don't have it in front of me because I had it. But anyway, so it's not an MCL. Is this just like our choice or
It's a board policy.
No. So, some are state policies that we have to do. Other policies are policies that we can choose to do. Is this we have to do it or is
We
this
do not have to do it. We
Okay.
choose to do it.
Okay, thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
got some more questions for you on some of the other policies. Okay, the web accessibility. Did much change in that? I saw one that looks like we were changing a bunch of language in the something
the
about a web
policy
accessibility.
number while I'm searching for it,
Give me a
because a
second.
lot of the is highlighted or strucken out that I could refer to while I'm trying to find. Okay, I think you're referring to 7540.02. It's revised.
Possibly.
And so in the document that I'm looking at, it
Yes,
shows
it's
all the changes that are revised by highlighting.
Yes.
So a lot of this is language, they call it now digital content and accessibility,
Yes.
and not web accessibility and content. And so it does show a number of changes that are, a lot of language changing is what I'm reading from district generated and school related digital content, which was formerly just content, apps, and services. So you see a lot of edits with that kind of language change.
Is this one like a technical? Is this because I saw some that are like technical edits or technical something? Was that one what this was more of, or as far as just kind of adding in broadened language, or?
Yes, that's the way that I'm reading it, and all the highlights that have been made. You change from digital content to content. You change from district generated digital content, and it used to say content, apps, and services. So that's a lot of language change that I'm reading.
And I found the graduation one too. It's in the middle of these. Thank you, Jeremy, for that. I do have some more questions for you. The disaster recovery plan. I see that we're no longer keeping it in a printed format. Is that what that policy is saying? Or it's not in an electronic? No, it's not in an electronic format. Is that what I read? Am I understanding that correctly?
Can you share with me?
I knew I should have wrote those down and I
The
didn't.
policy
Like I'm gonna be able
number.
to find it when I sit there, and of course I'm not. Give me a second. I'm looking for it.
Okay, me too.
The disaster recovery, just so you know, that's what it's called, disaster recovery plan.
Haven't seen that one yet.
I don't think that's the information security one, or is it?
Yeah, I don't
No, it's not.
recognize that title.
We had like 1,000 policies, folks, just so
Yeah.
you know.
Bullying.
It basically said, though, that we were no longer going to keep it in electronic format. And I was just like, that seems like that would be not smart, that we should keep an electronic format.
Hmm.
Next time when we print this, we got to print one side only, Sarah, just so you know.
Do you have a number? Okay.
Oh, there it is. I found it.
Okay.
PO 7541.
Okay, that's a new policy.
Okay. We're rescinding it, it looks like.
Oh, no, that's operations plan. What was that, 3,800?
It's PO 7541.
Okay. No, that's a different one that I was seeing, so let me see.
Looks like we're rescinding this policy. I was wondering what we have in place of it.
Do we not have the rescinded policies on the digital?
It's 7541 is what I'm seeing on the code. It says copy of electronic data processing disaster recovery plan.
Okay. I'm seeing PO 7541.
Yep.
Electronic data has been rescinded.
Yes.
Okay.
We have something in place of that, or what's going on? It just seems like we should have our data in electronic format.
Yes, the title is Copy of Electronic Data Processing Disaster Recovery Plan. Just reading some of the language that has been struck in, the Board of Education is committed to maintaining and protecting the district information systems. Yeah, so. Yeah, I don't recall that it was replaced with anything or just rescinded. And I mean, obviously we had a breach, and we also, you're getting this from the website. I think it's on the website as rescinded. I don't believe so. I couldn't find it in there. So that's the only information I have at this time, that this policy has been just struck out or rescinded.
So we don't know if we've replaced it with anything, or we just, I just trying to understand why we're not keeping a electronic copy of our disaster recovery plan. I just don't understand that. It seems like in the information age, we should. Just not understanding why it got struck out.
Okay. I'm gonna check one more location. 8,300, this one? Okay. 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 I'm looking at the next policy, which is not in the printed manual, but I think it's on the electronic. 8,300, continuation of organizational operational plan. So it's been replaced, and it looks to be more extensive. And that's 8,300. And it's a new policy.
You You said 8300 is a new policy?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
So-
So it sounds like we do have this in electronic format. It's just took this
Correct.
out and put a different one in.
correct.
Thank you. Couple more questions for you. The information security policy that we're updating, the green means that we put in all this extra language, right?
That's correct. Those are the changes.
Okay, and this is what, just kind of strengthening our information system, kind of based on that breach we had a couple
That-
years ago?
That's correct. So they've been vetted by legal counsel, and this is the recommendation that they're bringing to our district.
Okay, two more questions for you. The anti-harassment policy, help me understand it. I see a few of them that have been completely, rescinded, and then I see that we had a couple that looks like we've replaced them with. What's the differences between them? What are we losing? What are we gaining?
Yeah, so my understanding is they're all redundant, and so we had 9 policies that we condensed into 3. Each of the 3 policies that I'm reading were 20 pages long, and so I think they said, we got it
500.
covered, and we don't need 9.
Okay. Yeah, it was like 500 pages. So it's like, hopefully Jeremy can give me a summary. And then the last question I have for you, the compliance officer on, I think the anti-harassment policies suggest that we have a male and a female. I noticed that we have 2 females. I know we can have a third, from what I'm reading. Is there plans and to get a third where we have a male compliance officer as well?
I know I'm listed as an appeal officer, so if there were maybe a complaint that I'm listed as another person, I was formerly
I remember you were.
the compliance officer. And so I guess in the process, I'm still in there if there were a request and a need.
For a male? Now, and
Yes.
that's not a conflict of interest for you in the superintendent role, rather? We don't need to have somebody separate from you, or no?
I think it would be requested. Does it say required or recommended?
Which one are you referring to?
To have a male and a female.
It's recommended. Yep,
Yeah.
It's recommended.
So I don't think it's a mandate, but just a good recommendation for obvious purposes.
Yeah,
And I think if there were ever a scenario where someone had to recuse themselves for specific reasons, then I could fill in that capacity.
Okay. I know that we tend to think that, a Neola is God in their policy. So I would, understand that if we were particular about taking their recommendations. I understand we're not in this instance. But thank you, though.
Yes, you're welcome. Thank you.
Madam Vice President, I would just ask that one of the things I noted in an email and as part of a response to a constituent's question about how all of this stuff was moving around, if I noticed on our compliance officers section of our website that it does have a colon, and then maybe it's just on my computer, but I'm not seeing that detailed. As we formalize these policies, if we could reflect that so the public knows the process and who they should be reaching out to, I think that would be helpful as well going through this.
Do I have a motion to approve the Neola updates as written? Oh, it has, okay. So all those in favor? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. We are on action item 252647, the 2526 budget amendment number 1, and I'm turning it over to Marcus.
All right, thank you. So as you know, we do 3 budget amendments each year to kind of track our progress as we hit different milestones throughout the year. If you remember back in June, we brought a budget that showed we were going to project using approximately $2 million in fund balance. At the time, we had no state budget. We obviously had no enrollment numbers, just a lot of unknowns, right? Since then, we have had a state budget that was finalized and signed. We've had our fall count date done and certified and submitted to the state. And so this is our first look at where we think we are so far. And really, even though we projected that $2 million in June, also remember we did have some contract extensions with some of our groups that had expired over the summer, and we moved forward with some sort of one-year extension until we had more clarity on the state budget. Those extensions had an approximate value of about $500,000. So just to put it in perspective, we were starting off the year looking to use about $2.5 million of fund balance. After taking a first look at the revenues and expenditures to date, we're projected at this point to use about $1.6 million of fund balance. So as you can see, we have had a somewhat favorable state budget, but also we saw some money come in where we did not last year. We also saw some things like the retirement rates increase for this year, just a bunch of unknowns that have started filling in the blanks for us. And so, again, we'll take another look at this again in March as we move through the year, and then a final look in June. As you remember, last year we started off the year looking at about a $4 million fund balance usage, and then we wound up the year a little over $3 million. So, as we get through the winter months in March, we'll have a better idea of where utilities are and things like that. And so we'll kind of hone in on those numbers as we move through the year. But at this point, this is where we stand as of today or when we finish this. We did discuss this at the finance meeting about a week and a half ago. And at this time, we would recommend approval of the 25-26 first budget amendment.
Do I have a motion to approve the 25-26 budget amendment?
So moved.
Any deliberation? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries. The next action item is 25-26-48 Energy Projects RFP. I'm turning that back to Marcus again.
All right, and so this item we discussed a little bit last month. So we've partnered a few years ago with an energy advisory firm, Guaranteed Community Advisors. They've helped us bring projects to the district, such as the EV bus project, the solar fields we have at a few sites. About a year and a half ago-ish, we went through an RFP bid process working with GCA on a bunch of energy efficiencies, the initiatives that we feel best help the district in the years to come. And through that process and whittling down the scope, we brought to you for discussion last month the items that we feel are best suited for our needs. And so tonight I have the CEO of GCA, Andy Bittner, here to go over a little bit. I think I mentioned last month I was not definitely the technical expert on some of these projects, and so I wanted to have him here to help the board understand or any questions that they might have. So I'm going to turn it over to him for a few minutes.
Good evening, board. Thank you for having me, and thank you for allowing me to serve with your administration for a little over 2 years. It's been very fun as we've been able to help Jackson moving towards being a little bit more efficient, and it's become one heck of a story. So appreciate your support in helping the administration. I will also pause since I don't get an opportunity to do this very often, but I do have a chance to work on billions of dollars worth of projects across the country with schools, with cities. The administration that we work with here at Jackson is remarkable. It is very good. I don't get the chance to say that in every community. It is commendable when I do, and so I like to make sure that I highlight those folks that are doing that. Marcus and his staff, specifically Todd, are very hard on us, but they're very good at what they do, and we appreciate that. So I think that is notable to be said. That being said, we have been working very hard over the last 18 months on a project, and it has come to a really good spot now for conclusion. I had the opportunity to speak at the Finance Committee several months ago, and we have continued on from that pathway. But I know you have a lot of things going on. So just real quick, in this development process, we have done complete comprehensive energy audits of the entire Jackson facilities. We have done that across all of the buildings. We have looked at it from a holistic standpoint of energy and operations. Those both matter, both how it hits the utility bill, as well as how it hits the operational function of your facilities. We then were able to collaborate with Marcus and Todd and the staff to structure an RFP specifically to highlight some of the areas of scope that made the most sense. When we originally targeted this project, we had 15 different areas that we targeted. We have been able to whittle that down through effectiveness and efficiency down to 6 that I am actually going to recommend today. From our standpoint, we also did get a chance to go through and evaluate each and every vendor. The way that we ran this RFP, it was not a search for a general contractor. It was a search for who could be the absolute laser best efficiency and effectiveness on each of the specific measures. That has driven costs down significantly, and has also enabled some vendors that ordinarily wouldn't be able to do, say, water technology and electrical technology. You've got what we recommend are the best in the field in those spaces. We then put together a capital stacking strategy, which means we paid for it. We put together some funding mechanisms. When I spoke to the finance committee, I shared with you that this is not going to cost any money out of budget if you didn't need to spend it. I commit to that. It does look like it does make sense from some of the leftover bond funds, that it does make sense to use some of those funds, but we do have the flexibility to actually pay for this program completely through some of those different funding mechanisms. We are stacking green loan programs, we are stacking rebate programs, and through these programs, we'll also be able to write some grants. I can't guarantee you that we can win any grants on these, but I can certainly tell you we will be writing and applying for those grants as they go through the process. We've also put together the financial needs portfolios and pro formas, but these are all essentially measures that work on your existing buildings. Congratulations on passing your bond. That is for new builds, major renovations, big processes, as you well know. What we specialize in is finding what are the no-brainer things that we can find funding, pay for those things, and drive short-term returns. So you'll see some of the ROIs on these are relatively fast paybacks, especially for the public sector. And I just wanted you to be aware in a public setting of some of the things that are going to be massively upgraded here to the community with your blessing. The first thing is power optimization. This is becoming a bigger and bigger thing with demand across utilities, as well as fluctuations in power as our grid changes. But it also just flat out, even if we were doing this 10 years ago, makes your systems more efficient and more effective. So we're deploying several different ways to utilize your electrical stations and your electrical panels more effectively to balance out the draws that are coming in. Data monitoring and management is a big opportunity. We'll now be able to track the use of energy down to the millisecond, which is tremendous in a day of data. Again, 10 years ago, not so useful because even if you had the data, you couldn't do anything with it. Today, you can make thousands of dollars of impact and change, and you can move things around quite a bit. You guys also have a tremendous staff that is able to utilize this technology. It's also able to tap into some relatively effective metering from consumers' energy. And so we're able to, through the RFP, identify different ways to drastically cut down on the usage of equipment so that we could tap into things that already existed inside of your home utility here in consumers. So that is very good. It is also very notable that this program has a specific design and cutout for students to become involved in the data monitoring and management process, and they get paid. So this is another beautiful thing of the RFP process. We identified this group through an RFP that we actually ran in Seattle, Washington, and found this group, and they're remarkable. We invited them to participate here and found that they did an absolutely wonderful job, and they crushed the competition in the RFP, as well as being able to bring a student program. So I'm very excited to see how that gets rolled out here in Jackson. walk-in coolers and freezers, there's opportunities to do some small measures and upgrades there, simply just to help with some of the motors. And there's a sensor package that also taps in beautifully into some rebate programs at consumers. On the HVAC side as well, there is technology called bioenzymatic cleaning. That is really just an enzyme that is natural, that does cleaning really, really, really well. And sometimes nature is even better than bleach. And it specifically works really, really well in HVAC systems. It is low cost, it lasts a long time, but most importantly, provides great efficiency, effectiveness, and the thing that everybody loves about HVAC, which is comfort. So it will enhance all of those things. Water valve was also a major focus here. This technology specifically will help with some of the shut-off valves. It will also help with reducing some of the load on your main pipes, especially being here in Michigan. That is a big issue. It also helps you pay less on water because it condenses the bubbles that flow through. And if you've ever had bubbles in your lines at home, you know that that runs through your equipment and runs hard on your equipment. So although you may not see an immediate net ROI on just the water bill, which is what we're projecting here, it will also show up significantly on the operational side. Unfortunately, we did have some busted pipes recently. We specifically were targeting water leak detection network to be able to help with that. We can see now why that can be very useful. And of course, it's when Todd goes on vacation, it seems that that's always the case. Whenever your best maintenance people are gone, that's when things go down. So this will help remedy some of those things. And we also were able to really put the screws on some of the vendors and knock down some of the scope of work and drive some costs down very recently. So those are some good new updates from what we presented previously in the past. We had also briefly touched on some LED scope that has been moved over to the bond scope because that seems to make the most sense from conversations that we've had with Todd and Marcus. And then when it comes to funding program selection, one of the things that we are recommending is that to fund this project, there is a 0% APR program through Michigan Saves that we were able to identify. So free money ain't bad. Michigan Saves is a nonprofit green bank that operates here in Michigan, works very closely in partnership with Consumers Energy. And they did essentially a vetting of the financial groups. And there are 3 specific groups that they work with specifically to fund these programs. And for your program, Team Financial Group has been selected. And so we have gone through many of the processes on the financial side to be able to get that application ready. And so we are at the point now where we are capable to now receive the complete submittal with your blessing. As the CEO of the company, I have been personally working on this project because I have been working with you guys for a long time. I don't get a chance to work on individual projects all the time. So when I do, I really get a chance to lean in. We've tried to put together some of the tables. I know this is virtually impossible for you to see some of the specific numbers, but we've tried to organize all the tables out and some of the data. But overall, about a 2.3 net year payback on these measures. Because we have the data monitoring program installed as well too, you're guaranteed to be able to see the results on that down to the millisecond. So we'll have really good data on exactly how this thing is performing and exactly how it all comes together. So I appreciate the opportunity to present this, especially on such a long day. So I attempted to go through that quickly and appreciate your comments and questions.
I'm back in the, I'm sorry. I'm in the one of these documents, energy assessment, JPS energy assessment. Asset report. and I'm scrolling through this. One, I see that the admin building is not the best at being cost-effective per square foot. That jumps out. The executive overview, page like 17, is that the summary of what is proposed here in that?
That asset report that you're looking at is, I'm guessing, a roughly 100-page document. That is the overall assessment that we did to analyze where we would really go with the RFP process.
Okay.
So that's the early on process where we go and objectively just look and say,
through
all right,
everything.
this is the data, here's where things are. Now we should really go and break out
Phases.
phases, measures, and figure out what would really happen.
So, what is the total annual savings on what we're looking at here?
Well, that's a good question to ask. Probably could have talked on that one.
Huh.
We're pretty excited about that side. So from an energy standpoint, we expect to see a little bit over $250,000 at $261,125. And that is right here. It's just one of the tiny little boxes in the middle of this page that we hide there.
That's annual, and that helps pay off the cost of all this upgrades over what you said, 2.3?
2.4 years.
2.4.
Yeah,
Okay.
precisely.
And that is, how much of this work can be funded through the bond? 2018?
So we're planning on using as many of the leftover 2018 bond dollars, which we estimated about 350,000. If it's more, it's more. I don't anticipate it being less than that at this point. And then again, you'll note the stadium lighting currently is in the 2025 bond program, which is why that cost is not included in the board recommendation tonight, but it was part of the RFP process and everything we've gone through. So that pre-work has already been done.
So is it fair to say that because we were able to pass the 2018 bond and also the 2025 bond, that we're able to make upgrades to our infrastructure, make us more cost efficient, energy efficient, cost efficient, and that then reduces the expenditures that we would have to make on energy and other costly things from our general fund?
Yes,
to the
best
tune
in-
of 260.
Yes.
61.
So the easiest analogy I can think of, I think I brought it to you, by participating in that EV bus program, we've already seen savings of, I don't remember what I said, about $70,000 last year alone in fuel costs, right? So similarly, we should be able to realize similar, whatever the dollar value is on energy costs through these initiatives over time. Does that answer?
Yeah, I'm just kind of getting at like the work that you guys are doing to lead the bond proposal is, while it, in the past, it's come out of the general fund, those funds are making energy improvements that are keeping more of our dollars here to be used on.
Correct. And it goes back to being able to try to control the things we can control.
So this comes out of general fund or bond? I'm confused.
Our plan is to pay for about half of it from the 2018 bond funds that we have left over, with the remainder coming from
From the
combination
Michigan Saves
of.
funding program.
Okay, got it.
Yep.
Okay.
And or rebates that we might see back from, places like consumers and things like that.
Okay.
So.
I was very impressed with the energy audit, like just when you went through the buildings, and that's when I think I emailed Marcus, oh my gosh, Reynolds Hall uses a lot of energy, and then I was looking at you and I was like, I thought I knew you and I couldn't figure out where I placed you. And then I was like, oh, that's the person that came to speak with us a couple months ago. So good seeing you again.
Thank you. And I will send good regards to our engineering team, because they're the ones who do the hard reports that make it possible to make informed decisions.
So am I correct in understanding that none of the funds will be coming out of the general fund?
Correct.
Is that correct?
There will be a cash outlay from the general fund.
Explain that a little bit, please.
Yep, so if we're recommending these projects cost just under $700,000 as a cash outlay, right? We're planning on using about $350,000 from the 2018 bond fund. The other half, we'll call it $350,000, will be funded initially through 0% loans or rebates or whatever, but the district will repay that over a 20-year period or whatever that is. But the savings we'll see from the utility costs will pay for the cash outlay. Does that help?
Very much, thank you.
I make a motion that we approve the energy projects RFP as presented.
Any deliberation? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The next action item, 252649, the 2025 Series 1 Bond Resolution. I'll turn that over to Marcus.
All right, so there's gonna be a lot of steps in this bond process. This is the next one. So after we pass the bond, our next step is a board resolution authorizing us to sell the bonds on the market. So we've already started that process. We've selected an underwriter, and all those wheels are in motion. We look to be funded sometime in March, but the first step to that would be a board resolution authorizing us to proceed with selling the bonds. This would be for the first series. We'll be coming back again in about a year when we go to sell the second series with the same resolution. It's just
Move
part of the
approval of
process,
this.
so I'll let Derek talk.
Sorry. I thought he's trailing off. Move approval of the Series 1 bond resolution.
Support. Any deliberation? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries. Agenda item 10, board comments.
I'd like to say congratulations, Tabitha. Nice to have you on board. And from earlier in the meeting, I thought it was extremely helpful that we had the owner's rep presentation and the project manager presentation back to back. It really helped clarify things for me. So whoever planned that, good job. That I thought was great.
Also say congrats to Tabitha and thank you to everyone else who applied. Hope that folks can continue to engage with JPS and consider how they can continue to serve the folks that call this place home each and every day, and agree the presentations today were very clarifying, and hope everybody has a safe and joyous holiday season.
So I wanted to thank all the people that did step up to the plate, that wanted to be on this board. The talent was exceptional. I'm just so impressed that people want to serve. We had 10 people. So congratulations, Tabitha. And I wanted to express my appreciation for the staff, everyone involved in their children's lives, and just the effort that they take and that they make. And I ran into my son's former teacher. It was Dawn Francis when I was over at Cascades, and she remembered my son Nicholas. He's 37. I think she was his sixth grade teacher. I'm just so, and she remembered me. So, you know, the teachers here are unbelievable. They remember. It's really kind of a family. So happy holidays to everybody. Have fun on your break. And at this point, I'm going to talk about the calendar. December 22nd, winter break begins. January 5th, school resumes. January 19th, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, no school. And January 20th, our organizational regular meeting up here at 6 p.m. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Sorry.
Actually, no. So I think we are delinquent in something. So we have
We
a
needed to make a motion about the
vacant
officers.
presidency
Oh,
position, and according to our bylaws, it has to be filled within 30 days. So, and then if we fill that seat and it then vacates another officer position, our January meeting is 35 days away and we're kind of stuck. So I would like to make a motion that we temporarily suspend our bylaws and table the election of officers to January.
Support.
Deliberation? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you, Cheryl.
Motion to adjourn now, Cheryl?
Do we have support?
Adjourn? I adjourn now?
Oh, thank you.